It says YouTube.
Okay, so
Is it doing both?
I think I think you're doing both. Okay, hold on.
Here, let me push this one. Okay.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, you closed
All
it.
right.
Okay. Now it's on YouTube only.
Okay.
Morning, Joseon. How are you? I cannot hear your voice somehow. Can you try different mic on the audio? Yeah, I cannot hear you. All right. Morning, Lisa.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good. How are y'all doing?
Good, good. Seems like everybody's relaxed, enjoying staying at home. Good. Let me see. Who am I missing right now? Alice. We're missing Alice. Yeah, we're missing Alice. Okay, good.
Let me check and see if I have any communication from her.
All right, that'd be nice. Thank you. Morning, Jennifer. Do you hear me? No, okay, you're wearing the okay. Now, do you hear me, Jennifer?
Yes, I can hear you. Good
Good, good,
morning.
good, good morning. Can you put the screen down a little bit so we can see all of your face? That's very good. Wonderful, wonderful. Perfect. Okay, I think we have everybody except Alice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Good, yeah. Chusung, can you say something? Okay, yeah, we still cannot hear you. So, okay. All right, restart the computer. Okay. I'll see you in a minute. Oh, okay, here's Alice.
Okay, there she is.
Good morning, Alice.
Good morning, everyone.
Good. You must be busy.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
your mind is everywhere right now, preparing
My
for
daughter's
your
graduation
yeah, for
is
your daughter.
in one. Yeah,
Bless your heart.
thank you.
Okay, okay. And celebrations.
Thank you.
All right. We have everybody here this morning. Thank you for being on time. I'm so excited to have a summer unit with you. I hope you guys are all um, excited as I am. Yes, good morning to you. Okay, yeah, I understand. But I hope you go back and forth, Alfredo. Okay. As long as you can go back and forth, it's fine. Yeah. But before you leave, I want you to let the whole group know about where you're going when you come in, okay? Because it's group process. All right. We're still waiting for Chusung. He was here a minute ago, but his computer has some problem and we could not hear his voice. So, all right. You all know me, so I don't need to introduce myself again, but uh, I'm Joseph Kim, Director of CPCC, Certified Educator, and I was one of your interviewers, and I'm so glad to see you all being on time. Thanks so much for being on time. Because this is group work, it means a lot for you guys to be on time in each class, okay? So I'll try my best to be on the screen at least 5 minutes prior. So you can try to log on at least 5 minutes prior because many times we have technology issues. I
Uh,
have,
uh,
yes, I can hear you, Chusel. Very good. How about your face? Video. Very good. Very good. Okay.
okay.
Thank you. Thank
Are
you.
you,
All
are
right.
you hearing my voice?
Yes, loud and clear.
Thank you, God.
All right. Thank you, Lord. Okay,
Can you
let's
see
start.
me? Sorry.
What?
Can you see me?
Yes, yes. Yeah.
I can't see myself.
You can ask yourself. Jennifer,
And
are you looking at cell phone screen or computer?
computer, laptop.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's interesting. Can you enlarge the screen?
Yes. It's on full. don't know why I can't
Do you
see.
see others' faces?
Yes,
But
I can
except
see
you.
others. I can't, but I can't see myself.
That's very interesting.
You may have selected hide self-view under video.
Okay.
You may have to unselect it in order to see yourself.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you.
Oh, yes, you're right.
See?
Yes.
That's why we need Donna.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's begin by introducing ourselves to one another because you guys have not met with one another before. Okay? So we'll take turn and then share your name, your clinical site, and which unit you're in. Okay? Let's start with Victor.
Yeah, good morning, all. I'm Victor Eleba. My clinical site is St. Agnes, Fresno, and this is my unit 2A.
Okay, so which is third unit for Victor.
Yeah.
You are a veteran already. Wow. Can you believe? Do you remember when you were beginning? Now you're a veteran. Good for you. Alfredo.
Good morning. My name is Alfredo Saavedra. My clinical site is Marian Medical Regional Center in Santa Maria, California, and this is my third unit.
Yes. Wow. Alfredo, you're experienced. Yes, you have a lot to share. Lisa.
My name's Lisa Moore. My clinical site is Wellsprings United Methodist Church and Brooks Chapel United Methodist Church in North Carolina, and this is my third unit.
Yes. All the veterans are here. Okay. How about David?
Oh, good morning. I'm David Parker. I guess I'm the newbie. I'm going to be at Kaiser Hospital in Fresno, and this is my unit 1.
Yes. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, David is going to be at the Kaiser. Okay. Another veteran, Ellis.
Hi, my name is Alice. My clinical site is Gogota Central Community Church and Community at Large. This is my second unit.
Yes. Alice is a veteran too. How does it feel, Alice? Is it different?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
I'm not a newbie. That's different.
Right. You're not newbie. You know what's going to happen. So right. You can tell people. You can let them know. Trust the process. Yes. You have the right to say that. Chusong?
Yes, my name is Jusung Kim. My clinical site is my church, the Wesley Chapel United Methodist Church. This is my second unit.
Yeah. Chusong is in Virginia.
Yes.
The pastor. Yes. He did one unit with another center, CIPP, and he's doing second unit with us. Welcome. Jennifer?
Hello, everyone. I was actually afraid when I heard people saying they're in their third unit, second unit. I'm like, oh, since I'm the newest here. But when I heard David, I said that at least I felt consoled. So, this is my first unit, and my clinical site is St. Agnes Medical Center, Fresno. Thank you.
Good, good. Yeah, welcome, Jennifer. So you can chase Father Victor around.
I hope I'll be able to catch a glimpse of him.
Oh yeah, he's always busy, but I think he'll show you grace and share some time.
Thank you.
Yes. Don't worry, though. Victor himself had no clue when he began, like you. So he'll be fine. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know Victor cannot remember that time, but yeah. All right, Joseph.
Hello, my name is Joseph, and my clinical site will be at St. Agnes in Fresno, California also. And this is my first year of CPE.
Okay. Joseph is also going to be in St. Agnes, and Joseph is a Catholic seminarian. Okay. How many years you left, Joseph?
I have 5 years left.
5 years. Okay, you just begin. Okay, good. All right. Reverend Dr. Donna.
Good morning, everyone. I am so happy to see you. I'm a CEC, Certified Educator Candidate, and I am 15 years removed from being a newbie, David. So not far. I'm happy to be here with you today. This is my third unit, I think, Joseph, as
Yes.
educator.
Yeah.
Okay.
Third unit as an educator.
CEC,
So,
yes.
as a CEC. So Donna is excited. Donna has a long list of capacities and experiences on so diverse chaplain floors. So you'll learn a lot from her wisdom and experiences, and she has so much to share with you.
And my current chaplain connection is manager, in addition to you guys, is manager of chaplain services at Alta Bay Summit Medical Center in Berkeley and Oakland, California.
How many years have you been serving as chaplain?
Oh, as a chaplain, about 15 years. As a manager, 5 years.
Yeah. And then Donna also had a doctorate in homiletics.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So she also has served as a local church pastor. So she has many different diverse experiences, and you can learn a lot from him.
And you have to say homiletics with PhD because preaching doesn't sound PhD-ish, but it's preaching.
That's right. Okay. All right. Do you have any questions for one another or for us educators? No? All right. Donna?
Joseph, you have made me the host. And so when I place everyone randomly in a group, we may go to the group, but would you please leave the group? And I'll leave as well and come back here.
Sure.
And so I'm going to ask you very shortly to go into a small group. And in that small group, would you share with one another what your favorite color is and say a little bit of why? So it's just an icebreaker and a team building opportunity. And then also take a few moments as a team to make a short little list of what you see. So let me get nice and close. What do you see? What do you see? So I'm going to break you into groups, and at least I think I am. Assign automatically. Let's see if it happens. You have about 5 minutes. Okay. So I think you'll have to join. Oh, Joseph, so don't join. Just me and you, Victor. Right up. There you go. All right. Okay, they're all there. Now, why can't I hear you anymore, Joseph?
So which room do I go? Room 3?
No, don't go. Stay.
Yeah, you put me in room 3.
I'm glad you came back out. Stay here.
See, I'm so compliant person. So
You are. I don't know how to give them a timer. So let me see
you
what
can
the
do message.
options say.
You can do message.
Oh, it says breakout room will close automatically. Oh, I would have had to select options first. Okay. Okay, cool. Oh, now I know for the future. Okay. But I'll send, like you said, I can send them a message or just bring them back. Okay.
Right.
Oh, it'll give a 60-second countdown when I close the rooms. So that'll give them a final minute. Okay, let's hope that happens. And we're good with time, 9:12.
Oh, so you just leave them alone by themselves?
Leave them alone with that prompt. So
gotcha.
they're going to share their favorite color and why, and then they'll make a list of what did they see.
Gotcha.
And then I wasn't looking at the time, but I think it was about 9:11. So I'll bring them back at 9:15. Is that okay?
Sure, sure.
Okay.
Is this your office?
Yes, I'm at home right now. I wanted to be at work this morning, but I just had so much come up on the
Right.
phone, I couldn't
Right.
get on the road dealing with issues. So I finally said, stop. You're not going to make it to work. You don't want to be all rushed.
You never forget that
Right.
your manager.
So I just stopped.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some of
And
it is bad news too. I have to. You know what one of my shortcomings is? I try to be too accommodating,
uh,
everything everybody wants, and then it gets unmanageable.
I can relate to you.
So now
I
I
can
have
so
to.
relate to you. Yeah. I keep saying yes and try to accommodate as much as possible and just fall
Yeah.
apart.
And it falls apart.
Yeah.
So I'm dealing with the consequences of it. I beat my director this morning. I said, I'm gonna say it before you do. I told you so. Now how do I fix it? So, but it'll be okay.
He'll understand.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
really,
sometimes chaplains are, my team anyway, they're very tough on reviews. When they get to do their review of me,
uh-huh.
oh my goodness, they can be very tough.
Really?
The director before me, they would have in tears.
Oh my gosh.
I know. So, so they can be tough.
Oh, that's harsh. I'm sorry.
Yes. So I'm going to click close rooms and it gives them 1 more minute. But I think you and I can just stay right here.
So they give you, I mean, the chaplains give you evaluation?
They do. And my
Oh my gosh.
bonuses are dependent upon that evaluation. So I haven't seen many bonuses. Welcome back. Welcome back. This group came back fast. Are there no favorite colors in this group?
Oh, there are.
Okay, there are. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back. So who am I missing? Alfredo, Lisa, Victor. Here they come. All right. Welcome back, everyone. For each group, would someone volunteer to report out for your group? And tell us who's in your group.
We had Alice, Alfredo, and myself. I said I like purple because it brings me peace and joy. I just like the colors of purple. And Alfredo said it brings him peace. He likes purple as well. Alice likes blue because of the sky and the water and the stillness of the sky. And her backdrop also represented the sky as well.
Wonderful.
And what we saw, I guess, I don't know if you're talking about with you within our groups or what you held when you held the pen up. What we saw was, of course, the pen and the photos on your bookshelf and everyone. Somebody said everyone, so that's what we saw.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Our next group.
Yeah, I think my group, I was with David and Joseph, and our favorite colors were green and red and blue.
Wow.
And green, the person said because it signifies life. If you go somewhere and there is no green plants, it's like there is no life here. And red says that it signifies passion for him. And also blue says that has been his color since he was young, since he was a child. And then coming to the pen you raised, you were like, we saw blue color. Someone saw blue color. Yeah, dark color, dark blue, navy blue with black somewhere.
Okay. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. One more group.
We're gonna talk. I'm talk about the Victor, my groups, and we have enough to their time to share. But the Victor like the whites, and I'm like the blue, because I didn't tell to the Victor the why like the blue, because the blue is like the sea. I like the sea, and whenever I see the sea, it is like I felt it open to my mind. So.
Wow.
So
Very good.
we didn't have enough time to talk about the pen unit. We were busy catching up with each other, and Hyunsek said a lot of things about himself and the first units he had, and I was sharing about my CPE experience so far. So, but he said this unit would afford him, he hopes, opportunity to open up more, because from the culture and his background, he wasn't, typically used to, opening up so much. And I also affirmed his opinion, because coming from an African background and I'm very fresh in the United States, it's not been easy to break into a new culture and also assimilating the realities around. So we're sharing all that before the time went up. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your transparency. I appreciate that. What are some of the things you heard as groups reported back that you shared in common? What are some things that you heard as groups reported back that you shared in common?
Well, I think one of the things was that we were all freshmen in our group.
Yeah, I could also hear unique diversity, different colors and different concepts and reasons for choosing the different various colors. So all of us couldn't have been in one straight jacket. So I was hearing diversity, uniqueness, and all that.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
I also hear the beauty of all those blue lovers.
Wonderful.
And the shared communality of significance of peace that it connotes.
Very good. Very good. Well, you are all wonderful chaplains. You're wonderful chaplains in your ability to listen to one another, to just learn a little something about each other, or even, as with Victor shared, you share even more because you're able to connect. So that's wonderful. And when I held up, Jennifer, the black pen, the light made it look blue. So that's okay. So the black pen looking blue. And I invited you to say, what did you see? Your list begins with pen. And in part because I put the pen in front of you. And sometimes that's what happens with our spiritual care visits. The person comes right to us and we immediately begin observing what's right in front of us. But being the good chaplains that you are, you cast your eyes further back. You listen even deeper. And you notice that there's books on the shelf or maybe degrees on the wall. And someone even said, I see you, right? And an even broader perspective was to realize you see the entire group. And someone said that. Even though I say, what did you see? And I'm in one box, you are actually seeing all of the boxes. And so it's a wonderful reminder for us as chaplains to ever expand our perspective, our view, our curiosity, and something as simple as sharing your favorite color evokes smiles, some laughter, some conversation. And I hope as you were sharing your color, you felt safe. So we heard wonderful words like peace. It makes me feel calm, growth, all of those great things. So thank you for participating in this very simple icebreaker and team building exercise. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. It seemed simple, but it was not simple for me. It had a deep connotation and good introduction to you guys about what we are supposed to do as a chaplain. As Donna mentioned, we're just introduced to this new setting, new person, and their needs, and we start reading right away. We have to read right away. So I could tell you guys are good readers, good chaplain. I think that's what Donna meant by that. Thanks so much, Donna, and thank you guys for your participation. All right. Now let's shift the gear, and we'll start today's process by making you guys official, meaning that you're going to do register on the ACP website and to be official student for summer. And I want you guys to go to your computer and then type in on the web browser, type in acpe.edu. acpe.edu.
Joseph always does the reminder, do not get ahead of him. Stay
Right.
with him. Don't do
Yes.
anything until he tells you.
Right. Thank you for the reminder. Please do not go ahead of me, but you guys need to follow me, because once you make a mistake, you can correct it, but it'll take you a lot of time, energy, and headache. So please do not go ahead of me. So if there's anyone who's not here yet on this screen, just let me know. Tell me right now. Okay. If you're on this screen, see this login?
I'm not there yet.
You're not there? Okay. Right. I'm waiting for you. It's at www.acpe.edu.
I'm there. Thank you. Did you hear me, Reverend? I'm there.
Thank you. Thank you. So on top of your screen, there is a login button. See? At the center, top center, you see this login button. Click on this login, and it'll get you to this screen. Click on the login button, and then it'll get you to this screen. And then the veterans, you remember your email and password. And using your email and password, you do login. And the new students, you see this 2 lines under login box. It says forgot your password and don't have an account. Click on the don't have an account. For the new students, click on the don't have an account. Veteran students, if you do not remember your email or password, do not, you can click on the forgot your password. If you remember your email, you can click on forgot your password. If you do not remember your email, stop here and then you can discuss it with me later. So the old students, veterans, do not click on don't have an account. If you do that, you'll have a duplicate account and it'll make trouble. Okay. New students, click on don't have an account. And then it'll get you to this screen. So you type in all this information, contact information, and put your email and password, and then create account. And then after you create an account, you need to write down your email and password that you used for this screen. You have to, I emphasize this, you have to write down your email address and password that you used for this screen, because I have seen many students who forgot and had hard time. Okay. And after you create an account, you go back to the screen and then log in. The veterans, you log in using your information.
I have a question, please.
Jennifer?
Yes, I can use my email, my email, right? The one I'm
Yeah.
already using.
Yeah, use your email address.
Okay.
Yeah, your current email address. Yeah.
Okay.
So create your account, write that down, and log in using that email address and password. And after login, you'll go back to this ACP, and then it'll show your name on top. Welcome, so and so. If you see that name on top of that, raise your hand. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, Jusung, did you see that too? Okay, good. So, okay, good. Is there anybody who's not there yet?
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
Okay, take your time, Jennifer. No worries, take your time. So, students except Jennifer, I want to remind you that you have to write down your email and password that you used for this website. It's so easy for you to forget because you just use this screen once per year. And then you forget. And you come back and in a year, and then you try to remember, you can't.
I'm back to the website.
Okay, good. Does your website show your name on top, like mine?
Yes, Jennifer.
Okay, very good, very good. Okay,
Yes.
all right. So now click on your name on top. Click on your name on top. And it'll get you to this screen, personal snapshot. Is everybody here? If you're not here, personal snapshot, you let me know. Everybody here? If not, raise your hand.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. Jennifer, are you here?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
very good. All right, and then scroll down on the screen, scroll way down, and then you see this enroll in CP units. Yeah. Do you see this? Enroll in CP units on left column. You see this? Click on this, enroll in CP units. All right, it's very important for you to stop here. Do not click on anything here. Do not click on anything here. Okay. Now, if there's anybody who's not on this screen yet, raise your hand. Okay, everyone here. All right, good. So, on this screen, Lisa and Alfredo and Victor. Lisa, Alfredo, Victor, you guys are at 2A. Level 2A. Am I right? Okay, so Lisa, Victor, Alfredo, you guys are at 2A. So click on level 2A. Okay. All right. Okay. And then it'll get you here. All right. Hold on. For Alice, you are 1B. Click on 1B. So level 1B on top right corner. Level 1B, that's for you, Alice. And then all the new students, you click on level 1A. Okay. All right. Am I missing anyone? I think I'm not missing anyone. So, and then you guys click on the right level and then put the cursor in the center and then type in central. Type in central and then it'll pop up with different center. Oh, interesting. Where's our center? Something wrong with my computer. Hold on. You know what? I think that the system is down for some reason. So let's get back here later. So, but at least you guys have your account and password, so that's a good thing. We'll get back here sometime tomorrow. I think the system, for some reason, the ACP website is down quite often, so it gives us headache. But we'll get back here sometime later. All right. Okay. So far has everybody had their account successfully? Good. All right. Very good. Please write down your email address and password. We'll get back here. Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. We'll come back.
So we're logging out of there.
No, don't log out. You just
Don't?
stay here. Yeah. Just close the video and audio, and then you'll come back and join again. Don't log out. Okay, let's regroup. Okay. Yeah, got it, Jennifer. Yeah, I understand that. Okay. But before you leave, just let the whole group know because this is also a group dynamic. Thank you. All right. For the next hour, I want to guide you through the most fun part of orientation, handbook. I know you enjoy handbook, right? Only a few pages to read. Did you have a chance to read over the handbook?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to remind you that officially it's your responsibility to read it through and understand what is written on that. It's about all the policies of CPE. Okay. But among those many policies, I want to emphasize some of them for your sake. All right. So this is CPCC Student Handbook. There's many chapters. And the chapter 1 talks about the history and the organizational chart of CPCC. Chapter 2 is about the learning environment. Okay. And chapter 3 is the policies and procedures. Okay. Admission policy, you came through the admissions and so you already know. And the financial policy is basically we ask you to submit your tuition balance by the end of the second week, which is next week. So please remember this. I want to remind you about this. I'm going to send you an email reminding you about your tuition balance, but hopefully you can submit that by the end of next week, your balance. If you want to discuss about the payment plan, let me know in advance about how you want to pay it, okay, by payment, monthly payments. But otherwise, I want you to turn in your balance by the end of next weekend. Complaint policy. So if you have a complaint about the system, about the CPE classes, about your supervisors, about the program, you have right to make a complaint about the official. So this is about that policy, 3.3 on your student handbook, okay? Just want to emphasize this. You do have right to file a complaint, okay, about supervisors, CPE system, CPE center, and this program. You go there, chapter 3.3, and it's there, okay? And then maintenance of the student record policy. This is very important for you to know. We keep 5 important elements of student records in the office. So there are 5 different elements: the application face sheet and use of clinical material consent form that you're going to sign soon. These 2 documents will be kept indefinitely in the office. And the next 3 documents will be kept for 6 years in the the CPCC office for you, which are certified educators end of unit evaluation for you, educators evaluation for you, and your response to the end of unit evaluation if you want to say something, and your self-evaluation for the unit. So these records will be kept for 6 years in the file in our CP Center. Having said that, you also have the responsibility to keep a copy of that. Okay? So I want you to remember that. So why do we keep this record? We keep this record for your sake. So for example, when you get hired, or you apply for a job, you can ask us to send that material to the hire, okay, for your sake, and it's going to be the official record. That's why we keep it for you, okay? We will not send it out to anyone without your request, okay? It's for 6 years, okay? So that's the key component. I did my first unit of CP, I think about 20 years ago. And then sometimes, I mean, of course, it's too far away from back, and they could not get a hold of it, of course. So I had to use my own record that I kept for my personal use.
Are you recommending we do that?
Yes, please keep your file for your own sake. Even though we keep it for your sake for the next 6 years, but please also you keep your own record, okay, in your file. (3.6) Procedure for discipline and withdrawal. I trust that you will behave well, which is common sense. Okay. I mean, but please make sure to behave and speak ethically, and then with humility, and try not to offense or harass anybody else in your working environment. This includes your peers, your colleagues, your on-site supervisor, and then also the other medical interdisciplinary team staff. Okay? And the failure to act responsibly can lead to probation and withdrawal. Okay? And please be careful about what you say and how you act before other staff, and including interdisciplinary team. Sometimes I have witnessed, not all the time, this is a very rare case. Sometimes I have had complaints from other interdisciplinary members of the system complaining about the behavior or speech, behavior pattern or speech pattern of a chaplain. Okay, so please be careful about that. 3.7, standards of professional ethics. Ethics is pretty much about respect. Please respect other people's boundaries, their personalities, their cultures, their own status and identities. And so bottom line is respect, respect, respect. Okay. And this also includes that do not try to proselytize or do not try to force your own thoughts and belief for a faith tradition onto someone else, whether it's a patient family, or any staff members. It's part of your ethical code as well, which is common sense, but I have seen students forgetting about that. Okay, please be aware of that. Donna, you want to add some some other stories or comments about that?
No, thank you. I think it's
All right.
well said.
Thank you. All right. And then there's a rights and responsibilities for CP interns. Please read it through. Of course, you have a rights. You need to have an orientation. You need to have proper guidance. And also you have chances to process your time, process your emotion about the program, also your emotional processing over your encounters with the patients. And also you have a space to process what's happening in your family. Okay, which is what we call IPG, interpersonal group. You also have the responsibilities. A big part of the responsibility is to complete 300 hours of clinical work. As you signed to do this one CP unit, you also signed with the responsibility to do 300 hours of clinical work at your clinical site. So please do your best to complete that. Okay. Summer is very short. So it means that you need to do at least 28 hours per week by average of clinical work. So please balance it out very well. 12 weeks will pass by very, very fast. So I want you to pay attention to that so that you'll have no problem about completing this. Also, you also need to do 100 hours of classroom work, which is very, very important. So 300 hours of clinical work, 100 hours of classroom work. This is the foundational structure that'll give you solid and quality training. Okay, so please pay attention to that. That is your very, very basic responsibility. So for that to happen, you need to sign up on your clinical hour log sheet. Okay, and then you need to report that weekly to your educator and also to your on-site preceptor. So this is the papers that you need to sign by tonight. By tonight, go to your chapter 3.9 and sign on this agreement for training. Okay, and then send it to me. Read it through and then put your initial. Okay, and then send it to me. 3.9. This is your agreement of learning. Okay. And also, you need to sign. I'll show it to you. You need to sign 514. Sign 3.9, and 514. Those two documents, please sign that and then send it back to me. And also 5.11. Okay, 3.9, 5.11, and 5.14. I want you to sign and then send it back to me. Okay? By tonight. Let me say this again. 3.9, 5.11, and 5.14. About the interpersonal relational group, I'll have a separate didactic to offer for you. That's important. Now, classroom hours, makeup time, and then video conferencing policy. If you cannot do the full 100-hour classroom work requirement, you can make it up by doing extra assignment. Okay, and you need to discuss with your educator to do that. Usually we give you assignment to watch a video, reflect, and write a reflection paper on that. For a 1-hour video, usually I give 3 hours, which we call asynchronous learning. The classroom work that you're doing is called asynchronous learning, and the video learning on your own is called asynchronous because this is not group work. But try your best to complete 100-hour requirement for classroom. Please do your best to prepare your Wi-Fi and all other technology setting to make this online class happen, because sometimes I have seen students having a hard time to connect because a certain spot of their room or their house has a very poor Wi-Fi connection. So please test it beforehand and then prepare the best spot for that. And if you have some issues with like blackout or like Wi-Fi issues, please let us know in advance by text message. That would be really appreciated. And it is not, you're not supposed to log on to Zoom while you're driving. It's very, very dangerous. Please do not do that. If you have to drive, you need to pull over and park before you log in, okay? And if on your screen, the courtesy on the screen is quite interesting. So it is allowed and recommended for you to eat during classes for CP because it's long class, it's 5-hour long. You should be starving without eating. It's more than recommended for you to eat. When you eat, my recommendation for you just, keep this screen up like this and eat. If you feel uncomfortable eating before people, you can do like this. No, I didn't mean to close it. Okay. You could do like this and eat under the screen. Okay. If you feel uncomfortable, but it's better for you to just keep it up because I want to see people want to see it. Again, you're recommended, more than recommended to eat during the class. It's a long class. If you feel sleepy, I recommend you to stand up and just stretch. In fact, I am standing up right now. Yeah, at this moment. Okay. All right. So that's how you participate in this video conferencing. All right. So I have run you through a lot. Yes, Donna?
And you already mentioned it earlier, but it's just, I think, helpful to reiterate it here to communicate with the group in the chat if you need to step away for a moment. Not just with your facilitator or your educator.
Thank you, Donna. Yeah, it is very important for you to do that because of the group dynamics. You're also learning group dynamics through CP. Okay, that's how you learn. All right. Any questions so far? Comments so far? Have I made you bored enough with this?
Well,
yes, go ahead.
I have a question about the video synchronous learning. Is that outside of our time every day at the hospital? Do we do that? When do we do that, in the evenings or?
Yeah, so this is called the synchronous classroom. So you do this 5 hours a week. So did you read the syllabus, David?
Yes.
Yeah, so it shows you every week on, is it Wednesday? I think Thursdays. Wednesdays? I forgot. Yeah. So either Wednesdays or Thursdays, we're gonna meet for 5 hours every week. So that's what we call synchronous classroom hour.
Okay.
Why synchronous? Because we all gather at the same time. We
Yes.
process that at the same. So that's why it's called synchronous. Sometimes for you, if you have a need to make up, that can be done by yourself on your own. So that's why it's called asynchronous. Yeah, pretty good question. Any other question?
Is the handbook updated or new? Is that what,
Yes, it is updated. Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. For example, before in the old policy, we kept your record for 10 years. Now it's 6 years. Yeah. So
Okay.
there's a little bit of changes here and there. Yeah. Very good. Good
Okay.
question. Any other question? No. All right. Let me walk you through about another 10 minutes and we'll take a break. Please stop me whenever you have a question. All right. I want you to read through chapter 4 and 5. They're all very important. But this part, I want you to pay great attention to, which has a lot to do with your learning goals. 4.2, defining CP outcomes for level 1A, B, and then level 2A, B. Okay. This is very, very important. So the veterans, now that you are at the next level each, I want you to pay attention to the difference of your learning goals. It is different. You are learning different learning goals. So when it comes to talk about the indicators, outcomes and indicators, there are 5 categories. Category A, spiritual formation and integration. B, awareness of self and others. C, relational dynamics. D, spiritual care interventions. E, professional development. Okay. All right. I want you to remember, pay attention to your own level. Okay. New students are level 1A. Level 1A indicators or outcomes have mostly to do with demonstrate an understanding and initiate use of. So mostly it's about understanding. Do you understand? And do you demonstrate your understanding? Do you know this concept? Okay, in the way you provide care, do you demonstrate it? So that's all it is asking you about. Remember, veterans, when you're at 1A? Okay. So, and the second part of 1A is about begin implementing that concept. Okay? Or you begin engaging in your conversation with patients, referring to or using that concept. So it's all about understanding or demonstrate an understanding of concept. So don't go panicky, level 1A students. Your goal is to understand and demonstrate understanding. 1B, like Alice. Okay? It's about articulating. So for example, now you know different communication style, Alice, right? And at 1B, you should be able to articulate through your verbatim or through your weekly reflection that said, I did use this, why? And this is how I did this. This is how I used supportive phrase instead of developmental, or I used empathic instead of judgmental. Why I did that. You should be able to say it and articulate. I chose this. Okay. So it's about moving from awareness to practice. 1A is about awareness. 1B is about practicing. From conscious incompetence to conscious competence. Right. Donna, would you mind explaining a little more about these 4 steps of learning?
The 4 steps are, the first one, I think of it as I don't know what I don't know. Unconscious incompetence. I don't know, but I don't know. And then an educator comes along and teaches me points out something I'm doing that I didn't know. So now I'm conscious of it, but I still don't know how to do it. So conscious incompetence. So unconscious incompetence. I don't know what I don't know. Didn't know I was incompetent. Educator comes along, points something out in a verbatim or whatever. I'm like, oh, now I'm conscious, but I'm still incompetent. That is a very frustrating place to be. But in this action reflection model, I now can reflect on my actions and choose a new action. And I begin to move to conscious competence. I'm aware of what I'm doing. I'm thinking about it. I'm working on it intentionally. It's right there in front of me. When I walk in the room, I'm not the patient. I'm not going to hover over the bed. I'm so aware of it. I walk in very slowly and I stand at the foot of the bed. Or if when I'm talking to a patient, or to a care receiver, spiritual care receiver, I'm not going to talk so much with my hands because it's been pointed out to me, it's very distracting. So now I have my hands clasped together. I'm very much aware of it and I hold them just like this the whole time, occasionally looking to make sure I'm not moving them. I'm conscious and I'm competent. I'm not moving them all about, but I'm very conscious of it. After a while, I will just stop using my hands so much. I'll be in a relaxed posture. I will be unconscious of how competent I am of not doing this while I'm talking. Or I'll stand at a distance from the bed where the spiritual care receiver may be, and I'll be very calm and relaxed. I'm not even conscious of the fact that I'm competent at creating the appropriate professional physical distance. Does that make sense? You're all conscious because you're nodding. Very good.
Yeah. It'll come along as you process more. Yeah. Any comments from veterans who experience this? Where are you, veterans, on these 4 stages of learning?
Yeah, I think it's some, if you've already mentioned it severally, a process, and it's if one is open and readily available, you see yourself gliding through, even unconsciously, getting the skills, acquiring the knowledge, and before you know it, it transits from the intellectual and mental to the, holistic. It goes to the heart finally. So I think, and I've experienced it so far, and if all of us as students open up and are very vulnerable through the process, it will happen to nearly everyone.
Well said, Victor. You sound like veteran. Very good. All right. So that's 1B. Now 2A, level 2A, you will see the phrases for level 2A indicators will use the word demonstrate. Demonstrate your ability. Okay. So now in 1B, you start using it here and there. And then 2A, you using it and you practicing it, implementing it regularly. This is your daily skill set. You do it every visit, and you demonstrate you have the capacity. Okay, that's where you are. 2A, Alfredo, Victor, and then and Lisa. Okay. Before on the verbatim, you were doing it here and there. At 2A, you do it every time, regularly. So you're at the level that from conscious competence to subconscious competence. Okay? You don't need to even think about it. By the end of this unit, your goal is, I don't even need to think about this because I'm doing it anyway. Now, 2B, which is the final unit, is about evaluate. Now, every now and then you make a mistake, right? And then you evaluate when you made a mistake. Oh, why am I going different direction than this direction? Then you change the course and then use different intervention skill. Okay? So almost like you become your own educator and you can change the course in the middle. That's 2B. So I'll explain this later. At the end of this unit, you'll write self-evaluation, and then you'll receive the educator's evaluation for you. On the educator's evaluation for you, if your point is, the total point is less than 80%, then you stay at your own level. So your level is 1A, you'll continue as 1A at your next unit. If you pass 80%, total score is over 80%, you will move on to next unit. That's how it works. If you have less than 50%, there's a half credit. You cannot move on. Okay. If there's your total score is between 70 to 79%, you have a full credit. You don't move on to the next level. Now let's look at each category. Alice, I understand you have to leave soon, but just try to be here as long as possible and then you leave. Alice has a graduation ceremony for her daughter celebrations. Happy mom. Good job, Alice. Okay, so category A is spiritual formation and integration. Okay. What kind of outcomes and indicators under spiritual formation and integration? Outcome 1, narrative history. Under outcome 1, there are 2 indicators. Indicator 1A, 1. Identify, so if you're level 1A, new students, your goal is, your indicator is 1A, 1, to identify formative and transformative experiences into your narrative history and their significance to your spiritual journey. Okay? What does it mean? So it means that as you look back on your life story, you will have a chance to share your life story on the 3rd day of orientation, which is the day after tomorrow. And then as you share your life story, your goal is to identify which part was formative, which part was transformative, and how it has impacted your spiritual journey. So this is one example. I grew up in a countryside of South Korea where there are a lot of rice paddies. So from early childhood, I helped my parents, my uncles, when they were working on the rice paddies. And then I experienced them to work together, play together, drink together, drunk together, dance together. So that really became my formative experience because it formed me to be somebody who understands the value of community. Okay, so it was my formative experience. It was my formative experience because through that experience, I developed my respect for the community and also respect for the nature. Oh, you have to work hard to experience the harvest in the fall. You have to respect the nature. That became my formative experience. And then when I was about to, go to college, right before I went to college, I was hoping to be a medical doctor, and my rank in the high school was not that bad, so I could enter if I wanted. But it turned out to be I was colorblind. So I couldn't even apply for medical school. And I felt shocked. I felt stunned. I felt so helpless. But after that experience, it transformed my understanding about human suffering and then human resilience through that suffering. So it transformed me so that I could have these new lenses to understand and better understand human suffering. That impacted me, influenced me a lot to become or have developed more interest in chaplains or spiritual care ministry. Does it make sense? So that's my formative narrative, and this is my transformative experience. If you can be aware of this part of your life story, then you have met indicator 1A1. Okay? Does it make sense? All right. Now, that's 1A. 1B, for example, Alice. Not only to identify that, but also you should be able to articulate how your narrative history informs your values and beliefs about spiritual care. So the way I explained to you is more like 1B rather than 1A. So 1A is like, oh, now I know that it's my transformative history of my part because somehow it impacted me and it changed my understanding about suffering. Okay, that's 1A. 1B is, oh, not only it became my transformative history, I mean the narrative history, so that I know that it changed my lens about human suffering. 1B is like you can explain how it connects or how it informed or impacted the way you provide care. So when I enter into the patient's room who are suffering from any sort of like disease, like whether it's oncology patients, like cancer patients, or like diabetic patients who is waiting for the surgery to lose their limbs, you can use your own suffering experience to better connect to their suffering. You can offer a more appropriate empathy to that type of patients out of your own transformative experience. You can also share your resilience with them if it's needed. Okay, so this is how you articulate how your transformative part of your narrative history informs you about your belief in human resilience through that suffering. And if you can explain like this, like me, you met 1B because you're articulating about the how. 2A, Victor, Lisa, and the Alfredo. Not only to be able to articulate, now you should be able to use the knowledge of behavioral sciences to understand how one's narrative history informs your values and beliefs about spiritual care. So this talks about, when it says about behavioral sciences, mostly talks about psychologists or sociologists, okay? Because they deal with human behavior patterns. And then when it comes to behavioral sciences applied to CPE world, it mostly talks about your defense mechanisms or your countertransferences, okay? So, so this is my, what can I say? This is my, the tender part of my narrative history, which is because I was colorblind, I identified myself as a handicap. So even though I do not look like a handicap, when I meet with handicapped people with some sort of like evident handicap on their body, I feel And when I say they're mistreated, I feel I am mistreated. And we call it a countertransference because I see my own image on them. And then without caution, I could overreact to them, and then I try to rescue them and try to help them more than I'm supposed to do. And then I just make them feel powerless, more powerless after my visit, instead of assisting them to feel more powerful or more empowered. So because of my knowledge of this behavioral science, which is about countertransference, I can easily project my own feelings and image on somebody else. Because of my knowledge, I can remind myself that, oh, this is not my case. This is not my own story. This is not my own childhood story. So I can just remind myself that, oh, Joseph, can you just push aside this image of yourself from your past just for a while so you can focus on being objective and making objective assessment about what's happening with this patient, and you can focus on providing better care to this patient. And that's how I use my knowledge of behavioral science. So if you can be aware of what's happening in you, for example, projecting your image, countertransference, or trying to defend your feelings, like defense mechanisms suggested by Freud. So if you can use this knowledge of behavioral sciences in your pastoral care, now you're at level 2A. Okay? Level 2A students, does it make sense? So your educator will continue to ask you, what kind of countertransferences are you aware? Or what kind of your psychodynamic patterns are you aware? Why do you behave this way or that way? Do you have awareness of that? Your educators will ask you about that. Okay, and then you should be able to be aware of that and then get that out of that unconscious competence level. It has to come up to the conscious level. All right. So 2B is about evaluate. Basically, what I'm doing right now, as I explained, about all of this thing, that you should be able to do it if you're 2B. All right. You have to stop me if you have a question. 1A2. Under native history, level 1A2 indicator is articulate, if you're 1A, awareness upon reflection of when a care encounter intersects with elements of your native history. So this is also talks about countertransference. Probably this is a little too early for you, new students, to be able to be aware of those experiences of your past intersecting with elements of the life story of your patients. Probably it'll be too difficult for you to recognize it during the visit. But after the visit, you write reflection paper or verbatim, and then as you read it through and then process it together with your peers and educator, you start being aware of what's happening. Oh, I was projecting my own image. Oh, there's a countertransference happening. Okay. Then if you're aware of it after the visit, then you're 1A. You met the 1A2 indicator. 1B, not only you are aware, but you should be able to catch it in the moment, in the middle of the visit. Okay. At level 1B, probably you may not be able to fully understand what is really happening, but you can start understanding, oh, something is happening. I think I'm seeing myself in this patient case. It feels very similar and very familiar with my experience that happened in the past. That's 1B2. Okay. Should be able to aware what's happening, projecting your image or thoughts and feelings on patients. in the middle of, if you could catch in the middle. But we're not expecting you to be able to do it all the time, because if you could all the time, you are too A to B. Any questions so far? No? All right. Alice, I thought you have to leave.
Yeah, it's 10:32. I'm going to
Oh,
leave.
10:30. Okay, I'm just.
Yeah.
It's
Thank
always
you so
difficult to
much.
do.
I thank you. It's so kind of you. Thank you.
All right. All right. So just you can leave anytime you need. But I hope you can clean as much as you can. All right. So let's move on. And Donna, please feel free to add any more stories or cases.
Okay.
Outcome 2, social cultural identity. Okay, under outcome 2, level 1A3, demonstrated knowledge of one's social identity as related to spiritual care. So as you walk into a patient room, if you can identify how, if you can understand how your social identity is being present in the room, how it is impacting, okay? If you can, so again, it's about knowledge, okay? You don't have to do something with this, but just are you aware of that, if that is happening? 1B is not only aware, but also articulate how it impacts your social identity is similar or different from the patient's social identity, how it's impacting your approach, your care. You should be able to explain. That's 1B. 2A, not only explain it, but also you demonstrate how your social identity interacts with the care recipient's social identity. So you're using it. 2A is you're using it. Yeah. 1B is like, oh, you're aware in your care, and then you should be able to understand, explain. Oh, this is how how I'm understanding what's happening. So my identity is this, and his identity is this, and we're similar in this way, we're different in this way. I'm aware of that. You can explain it to 1B. 2A, you should be able to use it, skillfully use it. Okay. All right. Let me share this with you. Then what is social identity? Any veterans can explain? Do you remember what is social identity? Any veterans?
Is it our culture and our race or whatever, and our background, our religion and stuff like that?
Yeah, our background, our religion, our race. So good memory, bless your memory. Social identity is a person's sense of who they are based on their group membership. So in a nutshell, social identity is about which group do they belong to. So groups can include social class, family, football team, religion. So for example, you can say, oh, I'm a fan of like Tar Heel. Okay. So and there's their social identity. Some people claim to be the fan of Duke. Some people claim to be the fan of UNC Chapel Hill. That's their social identity. Okay. So there's a wheel of social identity. I think this is the most simplified demonstration of what is social identity. Everybody see this? So what is your race, ethnicity, socioeconomic status, gender, sex, sexual orientation? So I'm an Asian, ethnicity-wise, I'm South Korean, socioeconomic status, I think I'm low class. No, I'm just joking, middle class. Gender-wise, I'm a man, but also sex-wise, I'm a man, but there's a difference, okay? How are they different? Anybody remember the difference between gender and sex? Sex is your sex that you're given biologically. The gender is that the sex that you can claim. Okay. So these days we have to be aware of this, the difference between gender and sex as well. Sexual orientation. Okay. Heterosexual, homosexual, national origin, South Korean. First language. Physical, emotional, developmental ability or disability, age, religious or spiritual affiliation. These are all your social identity. I'm a military veteran. I served the 8th U.S. Army Special Troops Command 40 years ago. And that social identity that I have, that I claim to belong to, helps me to better connect with the veteran patients. And also I connect well with the grandparents because I claim myself to be soon to be grandparents. I can talk a lot about, how we can spoil our grandkids, even though I don't have any. So again, this social identity has a lot to do with your psychology, okay? And then cultural, also sociological backgrounds. How this can help you. So again, it's you who find a way to use this social identity, okay? When you meet with somebody, some patient who does not belong to the same social identity, how it's going to hinder or how it's going to give you better information about how you can provide care to them. So being aware of this social identity helps you a lot with their spiritual care, okay? When I first began my chaplain residency at Emory Hospital about 18 years ago, it was 19 years ago, yeah, something like that. I was not confident about my identity as a chaplain because I was aware of my social identity as an Asian American, whose primary language is not English. So I felt timid, okay? But as I was determined to try the patients, even who were different from my social identities, soon I found out that actually it can become a good tool of connection because they asked me about, so where you're from, and that was easy icebreaker because they had so many questions on me. I didn't even have to try. They took the initiative to ask me questions. And they were so happy to see me. Why? Because they projected an image they wanted on me. Almost all the time, as I entered into the patient room, they were so happy to see me. And they said, "Oh, doctor, I've been waiting for you all morning." So I said, "I'm not a doctor, but I'm a doctor, but have nothing to do with the poking business. My business is about your spirit. I'm a spiritual doctor." And then we just chuckled together. "Oh, yeah. So, excuse me. So that's one of the ways how social awareness of social identity can be a help or hindrance for your spiritual care. All right. Any questions so far? No?
Can I add a comment on what you
Yes.
say, Reverend? Because in my culture, as a Latin speak Spanish, we do not identify nobody as a chaplain or as a capellan. And to do better connection with us, let's say I am a minister. when you say I am a minister and do not use chaplain or capellan in Spanish, you can get a better connection with my culture. And I find out that for all my course or my person, my job, I explain that to them and they get a better connection with that, with my culture.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to add that comment.
Thank you, Alfredo. Thank you for sharing. Yeah. Any other comments? Yeah. You'll be surprised, happily surprised at how you will be welcomed. Yeah, in the hospital. Many times they have been looking for somebody that they can talk with about this agenda, the health agenda, without being worried about, all the health issues. And, yeah. They need somebody who's normal, who's normal. All right. Let's take a 15-minute break. We'll come back. So our next hour will be about some practice that has to do with feelings and facts. CPE is going to educate you about how to process feelings, not neglecting. Okay, wow, these celebrations, enjoy, have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much. See you all tomorrow.
Celebration. So we're going to educate you about how to process feelings, not neglecting facts either. How can you do both? Okay, that's what we are going to educate you about. So this didactic has to do with 1A2 newbies, new students. It's about articulate awareness upon reflection of when a key encounter intersects with elements of your narrative story. And 9, demonstrate knowledge of and initiate use of empathy. What is empathy about? How you can use empathy. 15, understanding of the difference between spiritual assessment and spiritual histories and screens. Okay. So Parker Palmer said, there is a broken paradox in Western education system. It is filled with broken paradoxes and lifeless results. We separate the head from the heart. Minds do not know how to feel, and hearts do not know how to think. We separate facts from feelings, and feelings from facts. And ignorant emotions reduce truth to how one feels today. Theories that have little to do with life are disconnected from practice that is uninformed by understanding. So basically, Parker Palmer said these two things have to go together, feelings and facts. But for some reason, we do either or. Sometimes we just focus on feelings only, feeling. Sometimes we just focus on facts and facts and facts. How can we do both? It's not just about feelings or facts. In many areas of our life, we tend to think in polarized system. Is it good or is it bad? Chusong, are you a good father or a bad father?
I'm not sure, but I hope so. Good father, but it's depend on my children's. But I'm trying to.
Gotcha. David, are you a good teacher or a bad teacher?
I feel like I'm a good teacher. I really love Parker Palmer, The Courage to Teach. I've learned a lot from his book about being willing to share my life with my students.
Yes, exactly. I'm so glad you claimed good teacher. Of course, we make mistakes here and there, but that does not make us bad. It's not either or. We're a good pastor, good husband, good father, good wife, good mother, with some growing edges. It won't make us bad. But because we're so much swayed by this either or thinking, we cannot accept this as a both and. Both and is really important, Parker Palmer says. We're a good person, good pastor, with some growing edges. So we're good enough. We are good enough. Do you remember the movie, Who is the Good and Bad and Ugly? Western?
course.
some years ago. Yeah. I mean, they try to, group people into 3 categories. But I mean, who in the world is good, really, or really bad and always ugly? They're all, we have a little bit of everything. But by the end of the day, I hope you can tell yourself in the mirror, I'm good enough. And be okay with it. Okay with some growing edges. I'll do all that I can with whatever I have, wherever I am, and I'll let good enough be good enough. It's very important for you to come into the patient room with this both-and mindset. It is very important for your pastors to walk into the sanctuary on Sunday morning with this mindset. I'm good enough. Okay? So how can you do this in reality? How can you balance between feelings and facts? So let's practice that. So the veterans, you did this last unit, but you'll do this again and see how mastered are you in this.
I'm an overpowered leaf blower.
I'm going to show you this video about baby shark dance. I know you have watched this a million times if you have a son or a grandson. Yeah, David knows this song. So we're gonna watch this song again, all right? And see if you can balance between these two, feelings and facts. Oh, technology. Sorry, I told you it's not as dependable for the sound. So we're going to watch this video. And then while you watch this video, I want you to type in the chat box about your feelings. We're going to pick up the feelings first. So what kind of feelings do you experience in your heart while you're listening to this song, okay? From the image, from the song, from the melody, okay? Write down as many feelings in the chat box as you listen to this. All right, let's go.
Ping pong. Mommy shark, do 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 do. Mommy shark, do 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 do. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark, do 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 do. Daddy shark, do 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 do. Daddy shark, do 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 do. Daddy shark.
Grandma shark, do 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 shark do 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 do. Grandma shark do 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 do. Grandma shark.
Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt.
Run away do 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 do. Run away do 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 do. Run away do 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 do. Run away. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end.
Okay. All right. Type in your feelings that you gleaned from this video. What were your feelings? Lisa said scary, happy, safe. And David said a danger tone, becoming friendly and relational. And Joseph said entertained, yes, amused, finding the kids cute, yes, of course. And David says adventurous and diffusing fear. Oh yeah, you're right. Victor says dangerous. Jusung says feeling safe. Is that the only feeling you have, Jusung? From the whole video?
No.
Alfred says scary, anxious, happy.
Yeah, I also feel very scared first time.
Scary, you said?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This is very interesting. So there's scary part, there's happy part, safe part. Adventurous, I like it, David, adventurous. And try to diffuse fear. All right, now let's go back to the song. I'm gonna play this song one more time for you. And this time, don't worry about music, video, image, dance, forget everything. And just focus on the lyrics. What message is delivered from the lyric? So you're trying to talk about facts. Push all these feelings away and just focus on the facts. Okay? And let's try to glean the message from the lyrics only. And do not wait until the end of the video. Just type in whenever you got the message.
Baby shark. Bong. Ping pong. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark do 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 do. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark do 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 do. Daddy shark.
Grandma shark do 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 do. Grandma shark do 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 do. Grandma shark do 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 do. Grandma shark.
Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt do 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 do. Let's go hunt.
Run away do 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 do. Run away do 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 do. Run away do 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 do. Run away. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last do 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 do. Safe at last. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end do 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 do. It's the end.
There you go. Okay, so what facts have you gleaned from this song, from the lyrics only?
I don't know what's happening. I'm not able to write to the whole group. I think I'm doing something wrong here.
Did you hear the video?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
When you were trying to
can't
write in the
write.
chat,
Yeah.
have you selected everyone, which is at the very top of your options? At the very top, it says everyone in meeting,
Okay, let me see.
where it says two in blue. Don't see it? Okay.
I'm seeing the one I wrote to Father directly, and I
Right.
can't get to him.
Yeah, it takes some time to get used to Zoom.
It does.
Have fun. Have fun practicing everything. Okay. All right. So you guys try to glean the facts from the lyrics. Okay. David Parker said, Victor said family bond. David Parker said baby, family, even sharks have a family. Yes, even sharks have a family. How about that? What do you mean by that, David? Even sharks have a family. You're muted, David. You're muted, David.
Sorry about that. I think, and we think of sharks as being dangerous, but they work together. They have a purpose, and family structures there.
Right. Even sharks have a family, meaning that sharks are dangerous. Sharks are hunters. Sharks have a purpose. What is their purpose, David?
To eat.
To eat what?
Other fish.
Yeah, small fish, which are in the screen. So sharks, as a family, they went out to hunt the small fish to eat. Can hunters have family? Yes. Hunters have family. That's the message. Very good. David, you also said structure and working together. Yes. Hunter family working together. Lisa, the family system will take care of and protect you in this case. Yes. Because of the family, they will protect you. Small fish family, they will take care of you, try to protect you. Shark family, they try to protect you. Chusung said, everyone has a different personality. Okay, tell me more about that, Chusung. Where did you get the message?
When the song explain each one of the family, it looks like the father when the kids is explain for the family, the family has some
different characters.
Yeah, different character.
Even within one family, yeah, each member has different character. Victor says collective work. Yes. David says we can find safety in a family. Alfredo, family teamwork hunting. Yes. Jennifer is confident. Where did you get the message? Confident.
The little girl singing and dancing.
Right. So even the little kids, they were confident in what they were doing, which was dancing. So let me ask you this, Jennifer. The little boy and girl, which family do they belong to? Do they belong to Shark's family or the little fish family?
The little fish family?
Actually, they're a shark family because remember the song, it says, my mama, my granddad. Yeah, that's the lyrics. So the little boy, little fish claim to be the shark family. But at the end of the story, they dance together with the little fish.
Mhm.
They dance together, and it seems like they have a friends who are little fish. So this message, this lyrics was written by an adult, I think, right? Don't you think? The adult was writing these lyrics to describe what's happening in the society. So in the society, there are hunter family and there are prey family. Hunter family, shark family go out together as a family and they hunt for small fish family to eat. Do you understand and do you see something similar happening in the society? There are always strong people, strong group, strong family, and they monopolize all the resources and they hurt the weak people. And they take advantage of that. They go out and hunt for small, weak people, for prey. So this message is cruel reality of what's happening in the society. It seems like, for example, you are born into a family who happen to be rich and who happens to open a new KFC restaurant in a small town. And then across from your restaurant, there is a local chicken restaurant, fried chicken restaurant. And then that family is soon going to be eaten up by our family. And happens to be, you become friends of that family's children. You go to the same school. I think that's probably what this song is about. The cruel phenomenon of the society. The stronger family go out and hunt and eat the small family. Have you thought about this song with such a cruel message? I know you have heard this song a million times. And you always felt like, oh, this is cute and this is joyful and happy. And the fact, the message which is delivered through this song is cruel. It's very cruel song. Do you remember the last scene of the video? While these little fish dancing were safe and the sharks are behind. Do you know what they had in their hands? You remember? You don't remember? Okay. Do you see what they have in their hands, the sharks?
It's the end.
Do you see what they have in their hands, sharks? Do you see that?
Cutlery.
The sharks have what they have in their hands.
Oh,
Yeah, forks. They're ready to eat small fish, and the small fish are happy because they had just made another day. And they dance. We're safe. But tomorrow, they're going to be eaten by the sharks. And sharks know that, so sharks are waiting with forks in their hands while the small fish dance for today's safety. And they're happy, and the sharks are waiting to eat them tomorrow with a fork. Isn't it an interesting message, Jennifer? Are you shocked? You look shocked.
It's so interesting. And the way it communicates actually what's happening. I was just thinking about the political states,
Yes, yeah,
the
right,
world,
right.
especially my country. That was
Right.
what just came to my mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's everywhere, right? Everywhere. So somehow the writer of this song trying to try to deliver the facts in this joyful, happy melody. So feelings are here. Facts are there. So do you remember when Donna mentioned at the beginning of today, whether you want it or not, you're presented with somebody or some message, and you have to start reading it. Whether you want it or not, ready or not, things are presented to you, people are presented to you, your patient's life story is presented to you. You have to start reading it. How? Both end, feelings and facts, both end. What if you just focus on your feelings only? You miss the facts. So you enter into a patient room and the patient is smiling, right? And then you're feeling like, oh, the patient is smiling. So, oh, yeah, it's a happy day. Must be a happy day. Oh, I'm going to have a happy day too. But she's smiling not because she's happy, but because she's helpless, because the doctor just told her that she is terminal. There's nothing else she can do. So out of helplessness, there's nothing else she can do. She's just a smile. What kind of life do I have right now? That's a fact. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? You have to think about how you can do both, feelings and facts. Most of the time, these feelings might have to do with you, actually. This might be from your feelings. Because you have watched this before, you may feel like, oh, this is a cute song, happy song. But you need to push that feelings away so they can focus on the facts and glean the message from the facts. And then out of the facts, you can try to glean their feelings. How are they really feeling? And that's crucial for you to be able to do both, feelings and facts. Does it make sense? Okay. Any comments, Donna?
I think it also challenges us because the music cues an internal understanding we have about rhythm and pace and the happy sound, if you will. So it really pushes our awareness because the music is so catchy and happy and intended to be. So it just really stretches our ability to perceive and recognize beyond what is right in front of us, which orally is that happy tune.
Well said, Dana. Yeah. It's so easy for us to be fooled by the catchy sound and music and video. Yes, Victor.
Yeah, I also wanted to talk about, the binary concept that you mentioned earlier, thinking in terms of polarity, good or bad, two categories. But there's a third category there, even the kids, they went also swimming and they were caught in between the web of the food chain of the shark and the small fish. They were also running for their lives. So I can imagine not just the chaplain and the patient encounter, the patient families, and also colleagues in the hospital setting where we also give render our spiritual care. It's not just patient and chaplain, also to their families, perhaps sometimes equally to our colleagues, who, and even to ourselves. So it's not a two-way thing only. We could, diversify. That's what I wanted to.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not just about patient themselves. Also, we have to count into our consideration the families. Yes, the families of the patients. Yeah. And we slowly expand our territory of spiritual care. Thank you. Anybody else from the first unit students?
Well, I think I found myself focusing more on the sharks. They look friendly, they look happy, working together, family structure. But as you began to share more of the facts, I'm thinking, I perhaps should have been focused on more on the victims, the small fish, because it's hard to get in tune with. I know for me at first was hard to get in tune with the fact that they're going to soon be lunch. That's it's not our natural. I know for me sometimes it's not the place I go first.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So it's easy for us to neglect that, but they did have their force in waiting. So you're soon to be my lunch. Yeah, you made a day today, but tomorrow you're gonna be my lunch. Yeah, it's cruel, Donna.
I just want to affirm what you just did, David. You initially began to say that's not our inclination, and then you said that's not my inclination. So I just want to affirm that distinction you made, and because it is some people's inclination, but you realized it and you claimed it as your own voice. You claimed your authority in your perspective. So I just affirm that. Thank you. Very well done in the moment. In the moment.
Thanks so much for picking that up. Thank you, Donna. Great example of you're growing already. Anybody else? Either from Jennifer or Joseph?
Or I think similar to what others have mentioned, I wasn't expecting a social commentary that was quite dark because the music is so catchy and joyful, and the imagery is just children dancing. But once you started to unravel the meaning, Reverend Joseph, I started to see how it is a commentary on the capitalism if you look at the victims, as David was saying. So it's quite surprising.
Yeah, that's right. I love the word quite surprising. And it sounds to me like the awareness is increasing. So very good.
Oh, I thought I did share about the power, whatever is happening in the society, but just reflecting over it, I'll just kind of take it a bit back where we talked about the bad and good. And what just came to my mind is my mom will always tell us nobody is 100% good and nobody is 100% bad. When looking at the shark and the small fish, I could see that the shark themselves looking for something to feed on.
Yeah.
So, and also the small fish running for their life. But at least in the end, there is a balance. Like nobody devoured each other. They are still living. The small ones still survive. The shark, even though still looking for food, they are still there. They didn't. I don't think they already made their way yet. So I think for me, it points at that the growing age. That yes, I may be good, but I still have that openness. That still there's space to grow to whatever. To whatever God wants of me, until I die. Yeah.
Great awareness, Jennifer. In fact, our role as a chaplain is not try to fix or judge anyone. You will meet patient or patient family like shark's family. You will. And you may feel like judging them. How could you do that? This is an insane way of living. You may feel like saying that kind of judgmental stuff, but that is not your role. And how can you see their suffering in the midst of being shark? Shark's family have suffering too. And how can you provide empathy to that, even for a shark family? That'll be difficult, right? but that's your role. Be present with the small fish family. Be present with even shark family, not being judgmental. And recognize their suffering as well. Good catch, Jennifer. Good. Anybody else?
I love said good catch. Unintended.
Catch or catchy. We use that word again a lot today. All right. You guys thanks so much for being so cooperative today. Why don't I give you early lunch break? And then please come back 10 till 1 o'clock. Okay, 10 till 1 o'clock. So it's for Lisa and me, it's 10 till 3. Oh no, 10 till 4. Okay, Lisa? It's 10 till 4 for you and me. For the rest of you, it's a 10 till 1. All right, enjoy your lunch.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I got that. Did you say 10 minutes to 1?
Yeah, so by 12:50.
Okay, thank you.
By 12:50, yeah.
Oh, from. Thank you for calling, brother. My name is Michaela. May I have
Hey guys, thank you for being on time. Did you enjoy lunch? Right. We're still waiting for Jennifer. So anybody has some questions about the content that I went through this morning? Or any question about the unit, this unit?
Are we gonna try to register again?
Yeah, the system is still down, so probably it's going to be either tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Yeah. ACP system is quite complicated, so I apologize for that, but it'll be all right. Yeah. But as long as you remember the correct email address and password, you'll be fine. I have seen students forgot their email address and they had to make another new account. And by the end of fourth unit, they got so confused because with one account, they had 2 units, with the other account, they had the other two units. It's very complicated. So make sure to write them down. Let me share this schedule for today. So starting from 1, another educator, Juana Vela, will come and present the didactic on pastoral care for Hispanic patients and families, starting from 1. And then I'll do the didactic on patient-focused conversation and team building. And then Chaplain Donna will do the didactic on pastoral care for LGBTQ++ patients, families. And Donna will do again for types of pastoral care responses in connection with listeners starting from 4, and that'll be the end. Yeah. Tomorrow, okay, Juan's here. And tomorrow, you'll start with grief and loss, 1, and then student handbook review, and then spiritual assessment by 1, and then you'll have lunch. And then starting from 1, pastoral care for African American patient families by Donna, and active listening by 1, and then KDT and TD, which is group theory. And then you'll end with how to participate in IPG. And then Thursday, the last day, pastoral care for mental health patients by Donna, and then I'll do handbook review and trialogue and lunch, and then family system theory. And then for the last 3 hours, I want you to pay attention to this last 3 hours. Starting from 2 p.m. Thursday, your educator will walk you through on your syllabus, and then the educator will share their life story sharing as an example and modeling. And then starting from 3 p.m. for the 2 hours of Thursday, you need to share your life story in the group, respectively. So, meaning that Dana's group and my group. Okay, so be prepared to share your life story. Okay, all right. Any questions so far? No? Okay. Juan, are you there? Not there.
Only partially.
Not partially. Coming along.
Coming along.
All right. All right. This handsome man, I want to present
Thank you.
our educator who's going to take break for summer, but would you mind introducing yourself, Juan?
Sure. Let's see who's all here. I can't see everybody. Hello, everyone. If you don't know me, I am one of the CECs. So I've been a CEC now for about going on 3 years. That's a really long time to be doing this process. I've been a chaplain for about 12 years. So I started out as an on-call, and I've done a variety of different types of chaplaincy, if you will. So I've worked in trauma, ED, ICU, med surge. I've done all of that. I am Mexican. I think I'm second generation. My parents are from Mexico. I was born here in the States, specifically Fresno. Been here most, if not all, my life. I'm married and I have 2 kids. And currently, I am working for Bristol Hospice.
Thank you, Juan. So now that Juan knows all the veterans, why don't the first unit students introduce yourselves to Juan, starting from David.
Yes, Juan. My name is David Parker.
And then your unit and your clinical assignment.
I'm going to be, this is Unit 1, and I'm going to be at Kaiser Hospital.
All
right, Jusong.
Hi everyone, my name is Jusung Kim. I'm doing their first unit.
Good to meet you.
And your clinical site?
So my clinical site, my church is Wesley Chapel United Methodist Church, is Association for Virginia Annual Conference.
Where are you located?
Pardon?
Where are you located?
So my located is Virginia in Warrenton, nearby. Sure, yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Jennifer?
I'm Jennifer. This is my first unit, and my clinical site is St. Agnes Medical Center, Fresno. Thank you.
Joseph?
Hello, my name is Joseph. I'm also a first unit. And then my site will be St. Agnes as well.
Very nice.
Good. All right, so yours, Juan?
Oh, am I up now?
Yeah,
Okay.
sure. It's you.
Give me 1 minute to set up real quick. I'll give you 1 minute break. How does that sound?
Sure, yeah. All right, in the meantime, I'll see you guys in 50 minutes, but I'll be here. I'll be watching you. I'll be watching from behind.
For those for whom it's the first unit, do you have any questions about sharing your life story?
Yes, I'm one that struggles with brevity, so how long should it be?
It's a 2-hour time frame and you have 6 people in your group, I think. Is that right?
3 newcomers. I'm not, yeah.
There are 4 people each group.
4? Okay. So, oh, Joseph can weigh in because you're in his group, but well, probably share around 15 minutes and leave time for conversation around 10 minutes and then have a break. And then the next person.
Okay.
All right, let's see if I can pull this up really quick. There we go. Let's see if this works today. Technology can be good, but it can also mess you up. All right, can y'all see that?
Yes, we can.
Is that good? Okay. Now let's see if this will work. How about now? Y'all see that?
Yes.
Fantastic. All right. So we'll be talking about Latinos and spiritual care. So, how do I start this time? So I'm not gonna give you like specific things you should or should not do in terms of providing care for Latinos. What I really want to do is really talk about maybe some of the cultural dynamics, some of the things that will influence decision making, things that will help, or things you should ask about when connecting with Latinos. So I say Latinos because there are many types of Latinos, right? So hold on. So there are many types of Latinos. So what do I mean by that? So there are people who are in South America, right? Many of them are called Venezuelans, Colombians, Bolivians, Puerto Ricanos, we got Mexicans, we got people from Guatemala. So we're all lumped into this one big thing called Latinos, but every section has their own style, their own little culture, maybe their own sense of language. Words can be different, even though they sound the same, they have different meanings, right? So, let me ask this. All of you are in Fresno, with the exception of some? Like David, are you in Fresno or in California?
Yeah, I'm in Fresno, but I also teach school in Dinuba. I've been down there for 15 years. So.
Oh, fantastic. How about Joseph or Jennifer?
I'm also in Fresno.
Fresno, Jennifer?
I will be in Fresno, but at the moment I'm at Santa Clara University.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, like Victor, Alfredo, all you know about Latinos, because obviously Alfredo's speaks Spanish if y'all don't know. So there are many of us, right? So again, I've been a chaplain for this is 10 years. It's actually over 12 years now. I've been a staff chaplain at the Veterans. I'm an educator. I'm a second generation Latino. My parents are originally from Mexico. My mom is from Juarez, Chihuahua, and my father is from Michoacán, Sahuayo. So I have family throughout Mexico, and I have not seen them in a long time, but I do have a lot of family out there. So I'm also married, have 2 children. All right. So, can anybody read this little meme, as they call it, on the side? Do y'all see that? It says, when your cousin brings his girlfriend to Thanksgiving and your tia, your auntie, sees him serving his own plate. How dare he serve his own plate? So I use this, I think it's funny. I use this to kind of illustrate, to begin illustrating what the dynamic in the Latino culture is. Typically, it is a male-centered dynamic, right? The man is the head of the household. He's the one that's in charge. But at the same time, the mother or the female figure is also very important. In many ways, they are the heart. They are the ones who are in the midst of the family, bringing them together, and creating that dynamic of family, where the man, yes, is the head, but is also more in charge of, going out and providing for that family. So gender roles are very strong typically within the Latino community. That is shifting as Latinos have come to the United States, and generations have progressed, right? In terms of Latinos, that has shifted a bit more as time has changed. All right, questions so far? Sorry, hold on. Hold on. My screen just froze, like I said. Here we are. All right, we'll just do it this way. Can you all see this? No?
We're seeing you. I'm
You're
seeing you.
seeing me. Okay, there we go. We'll do it this way. All right. So within the Latino community, faith is important, right? So I'm not sure how many of you heard the stereotype that all Latinos, all people of Latin descent are Catholic. That is to some extent true, but not always, right? So for example, on my mother's side, she grew up in Mexico. Her parents, grandparents grew up in Mexico, but they have never been Catholic. They have always come out of the Protestant faith. So for me, that doesn't stand true on my mother's side. My mother has never been Catholic. And my father has been only in name, not a practicing Catholic. And many times it's because that's the normal thing to proclaim when you are a Latino is, I am Catholic. Whether they hold to those standards, those rituals, those whatever it is, going to church, that may not all be true. So remember that all Latinos are not Catholic, so it's very important to ask them about what their sense of spirituality is. Make sure to assess that. So when you are dealing with Latinos, and all of you will encounter, if you are in Fresno, right, the majority California, you will encounter Latinos. So be aware that you need to start asking questions because you don't know what type of Latino they are. So for example, here in Madera, there is a big Oaxacan community, right, who live here, who are predominantly farm labor, hard workers, but many of them don't speak Spanish, nor do they speak English. Spanish is actually a second language for them. They speak their specific dialect, whatever that is. And then within the Oaxacan culture, there is Mixteco, which is broken up into High Mixteco or Low Mixteco. And then they have a variety of different dialects as they are connected to their specific region within Oaxaca. Does that make sense? Okay. So again, I'm not trying to give you specific things that you need to do other than assessing, right? Asking questions, asking clarifying questions when you are connecting with people of the Latin descent. So again, this goes back to, this also is heavily connected to this idea of faith, right? So faith is a very important factor within the Latino community, which is why almost every Latino will say, I believe in God, or I am of the Catholic faith, even though they may not be practicing. And many times they will have a belief in God, but again, it can be different. It won't be connected to that Roman Catholic faith. It could be Protestant, it could be Mennonite, it could be Baptist, it could be a variety of other things, right? There are very few Latinos who will admit themselves to be agnostic or to be of no faith. In my experience, that is unlikely. So one thing that you do know going in to an extent is that they are spiritual and that they do say they connect to some sort of faith, whatever that faith might be. All right. So I don't want this to be just me talking at you. I wanted to be more of a conversation. So if you all do have any questions or thoughts that you want to ask me in relation to this topic, please let me know. Interrupt me if you want. That's not a problem. Okay. All right. So far, let me ask you this. What do you all think?
I think you are enlightening us not to make some assumptions. And we should also be able to seek clarification.
Right. What else? Any other thoughts from anyone?
You said that. No, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, for me, it's becoming more clear because I've heard of this, because of the apparition of Our Lady of Guadalupe, it's assumed that, it's like all Mexicans are Catholic, but then I'm getting it clear now how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Lisa, you had a comment or a thought?
Yeah, you said that the Oaxaca are from like the farm, they do farming or whatever, right?
So yeah, so Oaxaca here in Madera, California. There's
Right.
a big community of them here. They're originally from kind of like near central Mexico.
Mm-hmm. Well,
I think farther down. Yeah. So
how
that's
would
where
you
they originally come from. But typically they come to Fresno because it's very similar to their homeland. I mean, sorry, Madera.
how would you support them as a chaplain with the climate and what's going on now?
Right.
Because they will be coming to us. So how do we support?
So again, it's this idea of asking questions, like Victor was saying. We're going to ask questions, you're going to assess, right? Where are you from? Tell me about yourself. What is your faith like? What is your sense of spirituality? And many times, if they are Oaxacan, you may have to remember that they may not speak Spanish.
Okay, don't speak Spanish.
That they may not speak Spanish or English. So you may end up needing to have a translator, an interpreter over the phone, or however it is your facilities manage that. I think I forget what agency has like 10 or like five Oaxacan interpreters on staff, right?
Okay.
And that typically isn't the norm.
Okay.
So you may need to have somebody, via phone to interpret for you when you are meeting with someone of the Oaxacan community.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you for your input. I appreciate that.
Please, I hope I'm not drawing back. Are they Native Americans?
They are native to Mexico. They are native to Mexico. So there isn't a big mixing between like the Spanish and northern Mexico. Then there isn't a big mixing. They're more Native American, if you will, to Mexico. Right? Whereas a lot of Mexicans up north, as they call it, there's a lot more mixing with the Spanish, Right? So for example, my grandmother was she passed last year. She was Tarahumara, which is Native American to Chihuahua, but also had connections to like southern Texas. That was their general territory. But my grandfather was mostly all Spaniard. His descendancy was from Spain. So there's more of that mixing up in northern Mexico than there is in the Oaxacan area region. Right? So there is distinct, they are distinct in how people look, right? So does that answer your question, Victor? Okay. So demographics, I have some demographics to show you here in relation to Latinos in terms of graduation and things of that nature. And all this to say that many times, depending on who you are meeting or visiting, right? Depending on the Latino that you are visiting with, there may be a low medical understanding, meaning that they will not understand a lot of the medical terms. And many times what ends up happening in hospitals is that doctors, medical staff will come in and speak in these medical terminology. And many times Latinos will say, yes, I understand, but not actually understand. And a lot of that has to do with this idea of shame, right? This idea of the doctor is somebody who is educated, who is studied, who is learned, and they know what's best for me, so I will not question that. So you're going to run into that dynamic. So it's important when you do come into that dynamic, it's important to ask questions in terms of clarifying. For example, you can say the doctor is discussing some sort of medical procedure, and you can always ask, and you're in there, you can always ask the patient, did you understand what that procedure is? Do you need more clarification? And many times what's happened is that doctors will come into the room, say a bunch of stuff, and not realize that the person actually speaks Spanish and doesn't know any English whatsoever. So in that sense, your role as chaplain will be to advocate for these individuals who may not be fully English proficient. Okay? So what does that look like? It means, hey, you ask clarifying questions. Hey, do you need the doctors to come back? We can have an interpreter, things of that nature. So those are things to remember, to ask clarifying questions in that moment too. Because as you all know, right, when people go to the hospital, they're overwhelmed, their sense of identity or independence is removed, they lose a bunch of stuff, Now on top of that, they have people asking them very, using medical terminologies to define something that they may not understand. So what their default is, you are the one that knows. I do not know. I will say yes to whatever it is you want to offer me. So be aware of that. All right. So again, this is all dependent on who you meet, right? Some Latino communities will be more proficient in medical terminology. Some are less proficient in medical type of decision making. And that all depends if they are first generation, second generation, or third generation, right? So the first generation are people that have immigrated from Mexico to the US. Second generation are those who are born in the U.S. but are from the first individuals, right, who will come in, and then third, obviously, people after that. So depending on the generation, it will depend on their understanding of medical terms, of usage, and things of that nature.
Juan, can I ask a quick question? Or you might be getting ready to cover it.
No, go for it.
On that previous slide, where it says under race and Hispanic origin, white alone, what does that mean?
White alone, not Hispanic. So
Alone Hispanic, not Hispanic at the bottom.
not Hispanic or Latino, white alone. So on my birth certificate, it says that I'm white. There is no like little checkbox that says I'm Latino. So the theory is, or the belief is, that all the Europeans came over and had children had children with all of the indigenous people of Mexico and created a new race, which were the Hispanics, right? So on the birth certificates, things of that nature, anything that requires ethnicity for you to check an ethnicity or whatever, or ethnicity or whatever it is, for every Latino, it will be white, because it is the assumption that the Europeans created this new race called, or culture called, Hispanics. So that's what I think it's indicating here, is white alone. So it's just white that are not Hispanic, considered Hispanic. Does that make sense? So just white people. That's it. Not Hispanic.
So in your case, you're white, but that's not true.
I'm considered to be white. Like, yes. So under ethnicity, or under ethnicity on my birth certificate, it says white.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Other questions?
Yeah, Juan, you
Go for it.
mentioned being an advocate for the patient in a situation where a doctor is explaining terms they're not understanding. I experience that in education a lot. At what point would a chaplain interject themselves into that situation? I could see that being a touchy situation where, for instance, an example of where I work, everyone gets lumped into ELD classes.
Mhm.
And then we have migrant students. We have what they label everybody who comes who speaks no English, newcomers, but those could be farm labor workers. They could be migrant students. So it seems like everyone kind of gets lumped in. And as a teacher, I'm saying, hey, why are we putting this child in this classroom who has no English ability, and you're forcing them into ELD where they don't even speak the Spanish that the majority of the classmates and teachers are speaking. So I'm always the one that is saying, hey, what else are we going to do for this student? So I become an advocate. But so in a hospital situation, when would you decide to step in and take on that role?
Sure, that's a good question. So typically, in the hospital situation, there are a few scenarios that I'm thinking about. One is you're given a census. And so a census means you have a list of people to go see. So as you are seeing these, as you're seeing your patients, you can encounter a Latino who may not speak Spanish, who you are connecting with via interpreter, right? Whether in person or over the phone. And you get a nurse who's like walking in and out and just talking to the patient or talking at the patient in English, but then they don't realize that this person doesn't speak English. They're predominantly Spanish speaking and understand very little or some English. So in that way, you can say, hey, are you aware? You can pull the nurse aside and say, hey, are you aware they speak more Spanish and they understand some words in English? So that's one scenario, right? Same thing can happen when you are visiting a patient and a doctor walks in and just starts talking. And they tend to do that a lot. So just be aware of that. They tend to walk in and just start talking to the patient, even though you are in the middle of a sentence. Again, depends on the hospital, depends on the doctor. Just be aware of that. That's another situation, right? Where you can say, oh, hey, doc, I think it seems that this patient speaks more Spanish than English. You think it's okay for us to get an interpreter on the phone or something? So there's that way. And then the other way, the last way I'm thinking about is in family meetings. So when there are decisions that need to be made, you can always ask clarifying questions in terms of, hey, did you understand what the doctor is saying? Or you can ask the doctor, hey, doctor, I really don't understand that concept. Can you dumb it down for me? Right? So that I can understand it. So in that way, you're not shaming the family in that context, right? Of the family meeting. You're instead directing it towards you, saying, oh, I don't understand. Can you please help me understand, doctor? And then that way it creates a different dynamic within that context. Because then the doctor begins to realize, hey, maybe I'm using medical terminology that maybe they may not be understanding, or I'm speaking the language that they don't understand. Maybe we should, get somebody who can speak their language, whatever that language is. So these are the ways that I think about just off the top of my head in terms of being an advocate. So it's more about clarifying and stepping into that role if necessary, right? If you feel comfortable and necessary. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions?
You did made mention of you could be with a patient and the doctor walks in. So as a chaplain, what do you do if you are with these patients and the doctor walks in, just starts talking? How do you handle that?
Doctor, get out of here. No. Typically, what I'll say is, oh, doctor, I see you're here. Hey, Mr. X, whoever, would you prefer to keep completing our conversation, or do you want to visit with the doctor? So in that way, you're not fighting with the doctor, right? For position, but you're giving it to the patient to decide what they want to do, what is more most beneficial for them in that moment. Many times they'll say, yeah, I want to talk to the doctor right now because I need my medical questions answered. And sometimes they'll say, doc, can you come back? I really want to talk to my chaplain real quick. So it's more about empowering the patient than anything else. So that's the way I would handle that. I'll say, oh, hi, doctor. And then talk to the patient. Hey, would you prefer to continue our conversation or do you want to talk to the doctor? And then they'll let you know.
Okay.
Sound good?
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thanks.
You're welcome. So considering Latinos, there are, at least in the Central Valley and throughout California, there's a big population of Latinos. Many of them are labor workers, agricultural workers. There are many health risks associated with that as well, because of the pesticides that are used, because of falls, right? So if, for example, here in Fresno, in Madera/Fresno, there is a big citrus groves, so oranges. so many of the field workers, farm workers are up on ladders. So there's a lot of there can be a lot of falls there. There's a lot of injury to like the hands, wrists, things of that nature. A lot of lower back issues as well because of, just harvesting tomatoes or strawberries. You're bent over constantly. So just some of the things that are connected to the Latino community. So whenever they come to the hospital, typically it's going to be for one of these types of things. Or it could be something more serious in terms of, they have cancer because of pesticides used in the fields, or they have X thing because of the fields, or because of whatever it is, that dynamic out there. Yes. So many, if you may not know, many of the farm laborers, many of the Latinos here in, at least specifically in my context, Fresno, California, are undocumented, and this is true for most of the United States. So that means that many times, if Latinos are undocumented, they're not going to receive care. They're not going to go to the hospital. They're not going to go to urgent cares, things of that nature, because they believe if they're found out, they'll get deported. So many times they'll wait till they can no longer wait to be taken to the ED or the hospital, right? So be aware of that too. Many times when you see Latinos is because they've been dealing with their issue for a long period of time. And again, that is changing. That is changing due to the generations and how Latinos are acclimating to the United States and their culture and what this means, right? What else do I want to say about this? We talked about the differences between first, second, and third generations, right? One other mention is that there is a lot of racism within the Latino community. Just be aware of that too. Many times Mexicans look down on people from Guatemala, and they look down on people from Oaxaca. Puerto Ricans and Cubans don't necessarily like each other. Puerto Ricans don't necessarily like Mexicans. So there is a lot of racism. And again, that is improving. It's getting better, but typically that is something that exists. I'm not saying that it's going to be outright, but it's just a dynamic that you should know, and you should know whenever visiting Latinos, right? That does exist among the Latino community. Okay, in terms of the LGBTQ plus community as well, that is not accepted within the Latino community. That's actually looked down upon. And again, that is shifting as well as the years have progressed, but still it is not accepted, right? Many times family members are ostracized from the family because they are of the LGBTQ community. So be aware of that too.
Can I have one question?
Yes.
You said the difference between several generation, one, second, third, and the among the generation have the racism. Can you any explanation for what's the racism each groups?
So as the generations progress, my hope and what I've seen is that there is more awareness of what racism is, and there's more acceptance of different communities of Latinos within the larger community. They don't see so Mexicans think less of Salvadorians and Oaxacans and Guatemalans, right? So I've seen that, at least in my community, that there is more awareness to that, and that has decreased over time. It's still there, right? Because it's rooted deeply, but we've been working towards not figuring what that means how to accept others from different communities, Latino communities. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Oops. So again, going back to this idea, there's no single Latino culture. One thing to be aware of, again, going back to this idea of gender roles, there are very strict, now I would say strict, but they are very defined gender roles between men and women. So men typically are the ones who are considered the breadwinners, are expected to go and make a living and provide for the family, where the women are expected to take care of the children, to take care of the household, and whatever that might entail. And typically, children, again, this is all changing. Children are seen and not heard, right? So thinking about this dynamic, yes, it is centered around the male, around men, but at the same time, women do hold a lot of power and authority. So you hear this idea of the spicy Latina, right? So Latinas are very they're very strong-willed. They again they are the heart of the family. They are the ones who take care of everybody. They are the ones who manage that household. So in many ways they are very caring, strong individuals. There is a joke in Spanish where they say a man says, I can make any Latina laugh within 3 words. And the 3 words, yo mando aquí, which is a man faces his wife and says, let's see if I can translate this. Yo mando aquí. I'm the one who gives orders here. And his wife begins to laugh. Does that make sense? No? Okay, it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of does. I've been pastored in churches with large Hispanic population, and there was kind of a joke among the men that, the man says, I'm the head of the house, but then everyone knows who turns the head. So.
Right. Same thing. That's a much better analogy than mine. Fantastic. Thank you. I appreciate that. Right. So yes, so there is, for me in that context, when I think about these gender roles, I think of balance is when I think about the Latino, when I consider the Latino community. Yes, the men have their roles, but the women have their roles as well. And both come together to support each other, to build a community and to build a family. So realize that when ministering to with the Latino community, family is very important. So if you do see a Latino, visit a Latino, you may have a lot of family members in there, you may not, but typically when there are decisions being made, you're going to have a large number of people in that room. So with that said, also remember that festivals, that celebrating things are also very important, because that creates this idea of community within the family. So, for example, in my specific family context, every holiday, every birthday, every weekend, there was a party, and everybody would come over and for the party. Everybody, and they'd party for long periods of time. Loud music, a lot of kids running around everywhere, a lot of food, a lot of just connecting. So the family unit is a very important context within the Latino community. So something to be aware of as well. Family is important. So many times when Latinos are making a decision, or the medical community, doctor, nurses, whatever, are asking for a decision, the Latino person may not make a decision without having to consult their family member or husband, wife, daughter, whoever. So be aware of that too, that they many times may hesitate to make medical decisions until they connect with their family. And that is something very important for them, right? So be aware of that. All right. Is this my last slide? How much time do I got? Okay. So again, this is talking about the family. Very important. Be aware of that when you are visiting. So maybe one last thing that I want to connect on is end of life as it comes to the Latino community. So when I think about end of life, I'm specifically thinking about palliative care, hospice, and how family and spirituality are connected to all that. Do you all know what palliative care is? Yes, no, maybe? Never heard of it? Do you all know what hospice is? No? All right. So hospice is the very end of life, right? For example, my auntie had stage 4 cancer. She went to the hospital. They said, we can do nothing for you. It's stage 4, it's progressed, it's metastasized to different parts of the body, different organs, right? Your end of life. So she went home on hospice. So hospice is a service that supports people at home as they are dying. So they provide nursing care, they provide social work care, they provide chaplain, they provide medications, all of those things that are necessary to take care of the patient are provided for the patient at home, but the family is the one that provides the care, right? So that's in a nutshell, that's what hospice is. Palliative care is when you are diagnosed with a cancer, like my Thea was diagnosed with cancer, and she did not want, for example, let's say she did not want to continue curative care, so radiation, things of that nature, she'd be considered palliative. That is, they are giving her medications, they are defining what she wants to do at end of life in terms of chest compressions, in terms of resuscitation, in terms of all these different things that she would like done or not like done as she is transitioning from this palliative type of care to more of a hospice care. And that can be within 6 months, it can be with 2 years, however long that process takes. Palliative care is really focusing on comfort for the patient and providing the best quality of life that patient needs or thinks whatever quality of life they believe to be true. Does it make sense? In a nutshell, real quick, the difference between the two. So within the Latino community, within Mexico, this idea of hospice and palliative care are fairly new, right? So when it comes to literacy and within this context, and you are connected in that context, if you ever are, this is something to be aware of. So that means in family meetings, it's going to be important for you as a chaplain to clarify what they mean by quality of life for them, clarify what is important to them, whether it's family, whether it's faith, whether it's, I don't know, hunting, whether it's music, whatever that might be. So it's going to be important for you to define that for them. Help them, or not define it for them, but help them define it for themselves by asking questions. So that's what I want to really mention about that specific context. Do I have any questions so far? Do I have any thoughts about what I've said? So it sounds like you guys know what to do exactly when you guys come into meet a Latino. Is that correct?
Well, one of the things that I think can be confusing when you're dealing with patient end-of-life issues is that there's this kind of misnomer that if you admit to needing palliative care or hospice care, that you're really close to the end of life. And that could be, I've worked with people that were in palliative care for 3-4 years.
Mhm.
My mother, when she was on hospice, they would show up to the house and she would ask them if they wanted peach cobbler and answer the door. And people thought she was supposed to be in bed, you know. And that is kind of a misnomer I think people have
Mhm.
about.
That's absolutely true. Yes. So in much of the Latino community, they're not even at that point where they don't even understand what palliative care is and what hospice is. So it's figuring out how to help them process what that means for them. So that's why I say ask clarifying questions about, hey, do you know what this means? Hey, what does it mean for you to have a comfortable life, or what is life for you? What's your sense of purpose, of calling, and things of that nature, and have those types of conversations, right? As spiritual caregivers, you may not encounter this, but if you are going forward, progressing forward within chaplaincy, you are definitely going to encounter end of life situations. So just be aware of that when it comes to my community, my culture, the Latino culture, that those are important things, and that, asking questions is important. Clarifying what they mean about what they're talking about is important. Be aware that there are a lot of different cultures within the Latino culture. All right. So it's good to always be asking questions. Muy bien. Other thoughts, other questions, Victor?
I wanted to also chip in a concept where these are new concepts, the palliative and the hospice, is typically because of the family structure. The family takes up some of these roles. Basically, that's what I'm hearing, how I understand it, because there's still this, as a support system, the family plays some of these, rather than put people out there, rather than leave them, in a certain cold space. I think the family comes in. I don't know if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. And that's why it's important to connect with the entire family, especially when it comes to these end of life conversations. The family is important because it's the family who will step up or step in. And there may be, what's the word I'm looking for? Dissent or infighting within the family if they're not on the same page. So then that creates a dynamic of stress for the people who are saying, yes, we want to honor my mom, my dad's wishes in relation to them going home on hospice, where other parts of the family may say, you're killing them, you want them to die. So then you get that infighting within the family. So you may not see that dynamic outright, but it's very important to, when having these conversations with Latino, within the Latino community, to have the entire family or the most important family members in the meeting, where all these things are discussed. And then in those moments, ask the clarifying questions about what does this look like for you? What does this mean for you? What do you think about this? Does that make sense? Okay. So that was just a quick snippet in terms of end of life. Just something quick that I want to cover. Okay. Well, that is it for me. Does anyone have any other questions?
I just
Thoughts?
want to share something because in some of the Spanish-speaking culture do not really accept the woman as a minister. And just I want to them to be aware about that. Okay, a lot
Yes.
of men do not accept that and don't take personally as the culture. Just I want to add that
Mhm.
comment, that be aware about that.
That's a good comment. It goes back to this idea of the gender roles, right? What roles are men supposed to be taking? What roles are women supposed to be taking? Typically, women are not ministers, right? Because if you think about the Catholic faith, right? Are there any women priests? No. And then that also holds true for any Protestant faith within the Latino community, right? Again, that is changing little by little, but typically, yes, Alfredo, you are correct. That's a good point.
Would you be able to touch a little bit on the one bullet point here for spiritual support on the sacraments? I know in my experience, if I identify that someone is Orthodox Catholic, I'm not going to offer to do communion, or in my denomination, the Presbyterian Church, we also you need to be an ordained pastor to do that. And so I've seen that in some situations, and mentioning women pastors, the Protestant tradition coming in. So maybe you could touch on that a little bit.
Yeah, so that bullet point is more in relation to what our role as chaplain is, right? So every chaplain comes from their specific denomination, or are ordained or may not be, or licensed through their denomination, right? So when we're asking about these sacraments, whatever sacrament it might be, we are not providing those for them. Instead, we are facilitating those sacraments. So, David, as you were saying, the last rites or sacrament of the sick, things of that nature can only be done via a priest, a Roman Catholic priest, or whatever holy person from that specific faith group is, right? So you would contact either their church, their parish, their Gurdwara, their whatever it is, and then have their minister come and provide that for them. That way, you're not in a situation where you're trying to provide a sacrament for someone of a different faith. So that speaks more towards facilitation and what our role as chaplain is. Make sense? So again, if you get somebody asking last rites, sacrament of the sick, a blessing, contact a priest. Have them come in and provide that sacrament for them. If they're within your denomination and you want to provide that sacrament, then you can do that, right? Because you are specifically from that denomination, you are ordained in that denomination, and if they're okay with that, you can provide that for them. Make sense? All right. Other questions? And I am no longer at the VA, so we're good.
Thank you, Juan. As usual, can we give Juan some round of appreciation? Thanks so much. Great job. All right. Guys, let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back.
All right.
Sorry, Reverend Donna. Is anything going on? Because
You know,
I'm not.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Okay.
We
Sorry.
had a brief break, and then Joseph is coming to talk to us about patient-focused conversation, the here and now.
That's great. Thank you.
There
All
he
right.
is. All right.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We are missing Alice. Am I missing anybody else? Okay, very good.
One,
Alice.
get out.
Yeah, that's right. Okie doke. Here's the good news. Now the ACP system is back, so you can register anytime. So I'll try to shorten my didactic and have some space and time to help you register a trauma test. So for this time, we'll do patient-focused conversation. This has to do with 1A13, demonstrate an understanding and initiate use of communication style. So this has to do with your communication style, okay? And 15, understanding of the difference between spiritual assessment and spiritual history screen. All right. When you have a conversation with others, whether it's for chaplain visit or regular conversation, conversation is the time and space in which an existential entity meets with another one. What I mean by this is, you know, one person is existential entity, huge, like a, globe. And the other one is also a separate entity. So when they meet together and try to connect through conversation, they just allow very small window on the surface of each entity. So it means that when you speak, you have this very short time frame and small window through which you can talk. So that's why you have to focus on the time and space for here and now. It's very small window, and you have to focus here and now. Okay? How can we focus on here and now in conversation? That's what we're going to experience by practice. Okay? How? We're going to do some poetry relay. So the way it works is I'm going to divide you into 2 groups, and you will try to write poems. And then in each group, one person gives agenda or topic, and the next person writes 2 lines of poem in response to that agenda. And the next person writes 2 lines of poem in response not to the agenda, but to the previous lines. Okay? And you continue. So that through this process, you learn how you can focus on here and now. Okay? So for example, if David is going to give the topic, Jusung will write, for example, David gives the topic about like summer, Summer is pretty because they're all trees and flowers blossom in its fullness. Okay, so summer is pretty, but David gives the topic. And Jusung responds to that, only to that comment, okay, with 2 lines. And then Jusung can say, oh, summer's pretty and fun because I can go swimming. And then Lisa can respond to that, only what Jusung said. Oh, I like summer because it's fun. And then my fun part is dancing. Okay, see how it flows? Only respond to the previous comment that you just heard from the other person. And then you continue doing so, okay? So that's how it works. And I'm going to divide you into 2 groups. And each group will have 8 minutes. And then, oh, I don't have the right to make the breakout room. Donna, can you make 2 groups? You're muted.
Is it okay to be random?
Yeah,
And
random.
are you ready for them to go?
Okay. So you're gonna be divided into two groups. So one person gives topic, the other person writes to that. I mean, respond to that. Two lines respond to that. And the other person responds to the comment that the previous person just made, not to the topic, okay? Just focus here and now. And each person writes 2 lines of poem. And then the person who gave the topic in the first place, that person also needs to write 2 lines. Again, responding to the previous person's comment, not to the topic. Okay? And then make sure to write it down or copy and paste so that you can present to the big group when you're finished. All right, let's go. You have 8 minutes. Lisa's frozen.
She may not have. There she is.
There you go.
And
Okay.
I'll send the 1-minute warning at 2:17.
Okay. So Dana, for some reason, I don't have your self-evaluation for some reason. You muted again.
From this previous unit?
Previous unit and the previous unit.
You have-
All of your self-evaluations.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I'll go back and send the other ones, the other 2 to you.
Yeah, I think
I haven't finished the one. Rod and I haven't met yet to talk about this immediate one.
okay.
He's
Yeah,
still-
not the immediate one, but the previous one.
Okay, I'll go back.
I think this is your 3rd unit with Rod, right?
This summer is the 3rd unit.
Yeah. Oh, the summer is 3rd, right?
Yes.
Okay. So
I
then
think-
you wrote,
I wrote one for observation.
uh-huh.
I wrote one for. No, I wrote one for observation and one for co-facilitator.
Right. Can I have both of them?
Okay,
All right, thank you
all
so
right.
much.
I think that's right.
Right.
Yeah, I didn't write one for observation. Observation and co-facilitator were combined.
Hmm.
And then there was one for solo educator.
Okay, yeah, so
Okay.
please send me both of
I'll
those.
look it up right
because
now.
they have to be
Okay.
in file.
Okay, I'll look
And
it up.
another thing is, so I forwarded the email from Alice to you. Did you read that?
No, I did not.
Okay, so Alice had to leave today. for
About the
her daughter's-
graduation.
Yeah, daughter's
Yes.
graduation. And I
Yes.
sent it to you. So all the emails that I'm sending to you, I'm sending it to your yahoo.com email.
Okay, so she wrote, maybe she sent it to, because on the syllabus is my work email.
Oh, I see. No,
So
no,
she
yeah.
may have sent it to work.
So I forwarded that email to you. So basically saying that she need to leave early today, which she did. And then she did 2.5 hours and she's missing 5.5 hours today.
Okay, because I recorded her leaving at 11.
Right. Okay. So it's 6 hours.
So she did 2 hours.
Yeah, she did 2 hours and then she's missing 6 hours. So what you could do is you could give her 2 separate YouTube videos or other videos that goes about an hour each. And then you can count 3 hours per each video for watching 1 hour, reflecting 1 hour, and the writing reflection paper 1 hour.
Okay. And what I said to her, so we're 8 hours minus an hour for lunch.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So
just-
the lunch hour is given only when you participate in fullness.
Okay, so she needs to make up
She needs to make up 6 hours.
6 hours. Okay.
Yeah. So she needs to be given 2 videos to watch and reflect and write reflection paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what I just say to her, she would also need to look at the slides
Uh-huh.
so she knows the content. So
Right,
she
right,
can review it. Okay,
right,
cool.
right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
217. Okay. Let me see if I can find those reviews. Did Rod respond to your email?
Yeah,
about-
he responded, and then he'll try to create that links
Okay.
for himself because he still has the note from last unit.
Okay.
Hopefully she can do it without my help. But if he's in trouble, he's going to ask for help.
Okay.
Yeah. He was still out of town until yesterday.
I thought so.
So for your question about the reimbursement, I asked the question to my accreditation CCR, and I thought the center needs to reimburse you for your cost to visit on-site supervision, but not for the participation in the annual conference. But I might be wrong. So if that is by the accreditation manual, I will reimburse you for that. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for.
I don't know what's in the manual. I know that was in the contract, but it hasn't happened since I've been a part of it. So I just felt like, you explained some things.
Oh yeah, that is in the contract, but I explained to you that because of the low budget of the
Right.
center, so
Yeah.
maybe
yeah.
I need to revise it and then ask you to sign on it, such for next
Okay.
implementation. I'm really sorry, Donna, because the student
Right.
enrollment, it has decreased tremendously, as
Mm.
you know. I think in comparison with 4 years ago, I think we about at least 35% decreased in terms of enrollment. Yeah, it's a huge decrease. Number-wise, maybe the same, but our main profit comes from those students who are assigned to the hospitals. That number has decreased more than 50%.
How have the hospitals been adjusting?
The hospitals, surprisingly, don't feel much in need because they have been planning to cut anyway. Yeah, so we have suffered from a huge decrease. And then a lot of the students who want to work at the hospital, they usually go for CRMC for residency. So that's another reason. So overall,
Right.
all across the country,
Mhm.
student enrollment has decreased. And for Fresno, most of them who want to be working at the hospital, they go to CRMC. So
I'm so glad. I'm so glad you were able to check that out. Because I got scared when they told me. I was like, what?
yeah. So I'm gonna revise your contract and then get you signed again.
Okay.
But I asked my CCR, accredited CCR about the question. If that is in the manual, I will make sure to reimburse.
Okay.
That was fast, Jusong.
I just missed the click.
Okay, so did you copy the poem that you wrote?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, can you put it on the chat box?
Okay.
Oh, I like that. The ocean, waves of the ocean clears my mind. Oh, I like that. Who said it? That's beautiful.
I was typing the whole thing in, but then I skipped ahead, so I got it written down. Do you want it typed in the chat box?
Yeah, type everything in.
Okay, all right. Well,
Type everybody's comment or poem. That's beautiful. I like that. You guys are poetic. I'm curious about what's the next line. Oh, three waves of the ocean refreshes my mind and is life-giving.
The waves, sorry.
Appreciate the life of the ocean. Okay. All right, thank you.
There's one more line. Hang
Oh,
on.
there's one more. All right, so what about the other team? Put your poem in the chat box, please. The other team. The ocean is teeming with life and peace. Okay.
Unless you're a shark, we said.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I see that you guys trying to respond to the previous comment. Okay. All right, remember this flow. How about the other team? Thank you so much. This is very poetic. Teeming with life and peace. Ocean clears my mind.
I'll put in our groups.
Can you? Okay. Oh, that's good. The beauty of the Latino people. I'm fascinated about the Latino community. They are deeply spiritual people. Latino families are religious, and family is important to them. It has to do with faith and relationships. Their families have strong roles in their family dynamics. They come from diversity of faith. Yes. You took the Latino, and then you took the family. Yeah. Very good. Okay. All right. Remember this rule. Stay here and now. Okay? All right. Now, we're going to practice this in the real visit, conversation with a patient. This is a verbatim of patient visit that I created. It's not real, but it's similar, very similar to real, very close to real. Okay. A 40-year-old white male chaplain made a visit with a female, a 30-year-old female Latina patient who got pregnant with her second baby, but at the same time, she was diagnosed with ovarian cancer at the same time. This is new diagnosis. So the chaplain made a visit into the patient's room, and this is the conversation between these two people. Okay.
There's something wrong. We cannot see nothing. Oh, here we go.
All right. So let me know what you think about this conversation.
Can't see it.
You can't see it?
It keeps popping out. It's
All right, let me try it again. How about now? Do you see this?
It's yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, all right. So this is the conversation between these two people. Chaplain is C and P is patient. Okay. So you guys let me know about what you think about this conversation. Is it really patient focused or not? Okay. So chaplain says, "Hi, are you Maria?" And patient says yes. And chaplain says, I'm Peter, the chaplain here at the hospital. I just wanted to check in and see how you're doing today. And patient says, I don't know, not great, obviously. And chaplain says, right, yeah, it must be hard being sick and pregnant at the same time. All right, is this really patient-focused? How patient-focused is this, you think?
Is he focused too much on the diagnosis instead of how she's feeling?
How she's feeling. So if you would respond, how would you might have responded to that? She said, I don't know, not great, obviously. So if you want to offer a response, patient-focused and stay here and now, what would you might have said at C5?
Maybe I'm sorry that you're going through this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Because she said not great. So just, stay where she is, which is not great. And say, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay. Very good. C5, the comment on C5 is not necessarily bad, but I think you could say better, right? Just stay where she is. And P6 says, I just found out it's ovarian cancer. I'm pregnant. I have a 4-year-old at home. So this is second pregnancy. This wasn't supposed to happen. And chaplain says, yeah, cancer is bad, but there are treatments now. You've just got to stay strong for your kids. What do you think about this? How patient-focused is this? How here and now is chaplain?
I think he, going back to C5, stay focused on how she's feeling. Instead of, he almost steps into providing a remedy.
Right. So if you're chaplain, what would you might have said?
What do you feel like you need now? Or I would want to know how she's feeling, more detail about how she's feeling.
Yes, tell me more. Yeah, tell me more. Yeah, very good, David. Because you want to focus on, you're going to stay here and now and then focus where she is at. That's very good. That's one way of responding, staying here and now. Who else? What would you might have said at C7 if you want to be patient-focused and here and now? Who else? She just said, I just found out it's ovarian cancer. I'm pregnant. I have a 4-year-old at home. This wasn't supposed to happen. What would you have responded to stay here and now?
For me, I might say, yeah, that must be very devastating for you. Do you mind sharing with me, sharing more about that?
Yeah, very good. So offering empathy. Oh, that must be very devastating. Can you say more about that? Very good. Yeah. Because you don't want to go away from her status and her feelings and where she's at right now. You want to stay right there with her. Very good. Wow, you guys are good. Okay. You guys are right. And this chaplain was not necessarily offering more appropriate, the most appropriate response. So P8, patient didn't like that. So she said, I don't need a pep talk. I'm terrified. You see what I'm saying? I don't even know if the baby will be okay. And chaplain said, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I mean, are you religious? Maybe you could pray about it. Oh, wow, that's interesting, isn't it? Is this how patient-focused or how here and now is chaplain? What would you might have said differently to stay here and now or patient-focused? Anybody else?
Maybe what gives you peace during difficult times?
Yeah, very good. Yeah. So basically say more, help her develop assist her to develop more. Anybody else?
Might ask her, might want to know what perhaps family resources she has. Do you have anybody with you supporting, you know?
Right. So you have a family support,
Yeah.
right? And then if you want to really just focus on what you just said, what would you might have said? Just what she just said, if you want to focus on that. She said, I don't need a pep talk. I'm terrified. I don't even know if the baby will be okay. So what is the essence she wants to say? She wants to let you know.
Fear, she's afraid.
Yes, she's afraid.
Mhm.
Very good. So what would you might have said just to focus on that? What would you might have said?
I might reaffirm what she said, sometimes repeating back, you know, so you're experiencing a lot of fear and anxiety,
Right.
you know, maybe go down that road. I don't think I would have gone with the religious, tell her to pray. I mean, that
Definitely not.
that's
Yeah,
not
that's
biblical.
you're not there to preach or like guide her to come back to church or but that's not what she's talking about. She's saying she's terrified. So when you know that your patient is terrified, how would you respond? Just to focus on that, the fact that she is terrified. What would you might have said, Joseph?
I think I would ask her to elaborate perhaps on her emotions.
Yeah, so what would you might have said?
I think also affirming that the situation is terrifying. If
Yeah,
she's
so
sick and
what would
she's
you might have said? I'm just pushing you a little bit. Sorry about this.
okay. Oh,
Which
no.
was, but so you explaining about what you're gonna do, but say what you want to say
All right.
as a chaplain.
I'll say it must be terrifying.
Yes, Joseph. It must be terrified. It must be terrifying. You must be terrified. Very good, Joseph. So you empathize, you connect with her, and validate her feelings. Very good, Joseph. That's what we do, chaplains. Focus here and now and patient focused. Don't go away. Just stay right there where she is, where the patient is. Very good. Well, you guys are doing great. All right. So, so after C9, so maybe you could pray about it. In P10, patient said, I pray all the time, but I don't hear anything back. All right. So, and C11, she said, maybe God is testing your faith. Whoops. Maybe the chaplain is not so much patient focused, okay? I think he is pretty much in himself. What would you might have said responding to what patient just said? What would you might have said if you were the chaplain? After she said, I pray all the time, but I don't hear anything back. What would you might have said at C11? I'm curious about the silent voices.
Well, you might be able to maybe try to identify with her that, you know, sometimes when we're experiencing grief or fear, that it seems like God isn't listening.
Right.
Because I know I've worked with people going through grief. Sometimes they just want to hear, I'm sorry that you're going through that. And I know for me, for a while, there was a tendency to try to share something in my life to try to compare, and that never.
Yes, exactly, David. Because if you do that, you're not really patient focused. You want to stay her here and now, not your here and now. You want to focus on where she is here and now. It's very good, David. Right. Anybody else? What would you might have said differently than this chaplain? Alfredo or Chuzong?
I can say sorry to hear that.
Yes, it's very
What,
simple. Yes, go ahead.
yeah, what are your source of hope or comfort?
Mm,
Because his praise is not bring you comfort. You
right,
have to
right.
find
Yeah.
out what
I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah,
yes.
yeah. But it's important for you as a chaplain to connect first, empathize first, before you ask developmental question. Yeah, because you're not detective, right? You don't want them, you don't want to make them feel like they're surveyed or inspected or okay, very good. Good job. Okay, you guys are great. So after she said, I pray all the time, but I don't hear anything back. C11, maybe God is testing your faith. No, you won't say that. Instead, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I think I can hear you. You're right. Yeah. Sometimes we don't hear anything back from God. P12. I think she sounds a little angry. That's not what I need right now. Come on, chaplain. And C13, chaplain said, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. But he did upset her. P14. Now she really let it out and says, I just don't want to die and leave my son. And I don't know how to go through chemo and pregnancy alone. This was her real need, real hard. And C15, chaplain says, that sounds really scary. Thank you for sharing that with me. I can imagine what it's like. What do you think about C15's comment?
I don't think she really cares if I understand
Hmm.
what it's like. I mean, she's saying she's alone. I think
Right.
I zero in on that
Right.
again and say, well,
Yeah. So far, this is sounds like the most connecting comment that the chaplain made. But you can think, oh, maybe you could do better, right? So, what would you might have said, trying to be patient focused and stay here and now, if you were the chaplain?
well, I might want her to know that I'm here coming alongside you. Is there maybe a question you have that maybe I could, I'm not looking for the words here real quick, but kind of letting her know I want to be here and support for you and understand. Maybe ask her a little bit more about being alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So maybe now that she opened up a little more, and then you offer empathy like he did, that sounds really scary. Good empathy. Okay. And thank you for sharing with me. And then after that, you can ask more developmental questions so that she can more unpack and flesh it out about her fear. Okay, very good. What else? I just don't want to die and leave my son, and I don't know how to go through chemo and pregnancy alone. What else you might have said? How differently you might have said? Chusong.
If I chaplain, I would just say I'm so sorry to hear that. Do you need something say to me or uh, what is your uh, mm,
You could say that. You have something else to say about that, which is developmental question. Like David said, empathize first and ask developmental questions so that you can process more. Okay. How else you might have said, Jennifer or Joseph or Victor? Victor, you've been quiet. What would you might have said?
Well, it looks like you have so much to unpack. And am I really understanding? Am I hearing that you're buckling under this pressure?
Yeah, yeah. And checking, it's just you continue to check with the patient that are you coming along? By understanding and fullness. So say more about that. It's a good way to approach. Very good. Yeah. Seems like you have much to unpack. I like that. But again, always empathize first. Okay, before you ask questions. Empathize. Empathize. Very good. Wow. You guys are doing much better than this chaplain. Yeah. Which I created reflecting upon my mistakes when I was rookie. Yeah. I was like shooting all over like fire. You guys are doing much better than I did. I did.
That must have been my first verbatim you copied.
Yeah. By the way, everybody makes mistakes and then learn from them, so don't you worry. So P16. Actually at P16, the patient gives you the right answer that she was expecting to hear from you. She needed to hear it. I just want someone to say this sucks and be here. Isn't it interesting? And C7, now he got it. So says, this sucks, Marie, and I'm here. I don't know how to fix, but I can say with you. The best answer is given. So you'll learn about the different types of chaplain comments. One of them is judgmental. Sometimes it is necessary and it is actually helpful for the patient when you make a judgmental statement like, it sucks. Yeah, you're right. It sucks. But I'm here for you. I'm here with you. She needed somebody who could cuss together with her. So be supportive and make an empathic comment. They are not always the best answer that they're waiting for. Sometimes they expect you to respond with a judgmental statement. So read, as Donna said at the beginning, read, continue to read. We call it assessment. So continue to make assessment, assess, and stay right there. Do not go away. Do not get lost in your own agenda. Stay right there where the patient is. That is what we call patient-focused. And here and now. Does it make sense? Your educator will continue to look at this. When we look at your verbatim, we'll continue to look at the flow and we'll ask you, where were you when you make this comment? Were you here and now for the patient? Were you patient-focused? We'll continue to ask you, where were you when you made this comment? Okay. Any question, comment so far?
Well, what I saw happening in that conversation, I know sometimes in a counseling situation, just keep giving the reaffirming what she's feeling, what she's saying, because if you're patient, the problem will usually surface, but not in the beginning. It might take time. She did.
Right.
She finally brought out what really was troubling her.
Exactly. So that's why it takes continuous assessing. You need to continually read and read because they keep changing. And sometimes you would be surprised because they want you to, most of the time affirm, but they want you to sometimes reframe. We call it reframe. They say negative stuff, but they expect you to reframe it. Don't you ever say that. They want to hear that from you.
No.
They want you to reframe it. So you never know unless you stay where they are. Continue to stay. This is the key of your skill set as a chaplain. Stay where they are and stay here and now. Okay. Any other comments, Donna? All right. Okay. I'm not sure if we can finish registration within 10 minutes. So
Okay.
Do you think we can do it in 10 minutes? Okay, let's try.
Let's try. Yeah.
Let's go to acpe.edu. and log in. Okay, I hope you all have your email and password.
Sorry, Reverend Joseph, the one we logged in earlier, has it lapsed? Should we still go back?
Oh, I'm sorry, can you say that again?
I said the one we logged in earlier, has it lapsed? Can we continue from where we stopped earlier?
You need to log in again, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
And where were we going once we logged in?
acpe.edu.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm logged in, but where was I going after
Okay,
that?
so after you log in, you have to be able to see your name on top. Do you see your name on
Click on
top?
my name. Okay, yeah.
Okay. All right. So after you see your name on top, click on your name on top.
Yeah. So demographics, all that, just go to join now.
Yeah, so scroll down. And then on the left corner, you see this enroll in CP unit.
Yes.
Okay, so click on that, enroll in CP unit.
And then our level, yeah.
All right, now stay where they are, don't move.
All right.
Don't move. All right, let me remind you this. All the first unit students, you need to click on level 1A CP. Level 1A CP on upper left corner. And then the Lisa, Alfredo, Victor, you click on level 2A. All right. And then you'll go to this screen. And in the first box that is center, type in central. Type in central and you'll see this CP of Central California. Click on CP of Central California. The second box, click, and then type in, stay right there. All the new students, Joseph, Jennifer, David, who else? I forgot the name. So all the first year students, type in my name, Joseph, and then click on my name. And then start date is today. No. Yeah, it's today. Start date is today. Just click on the box and it'll pop up automatic and click on the end date. And you change it to, you click on the box 2025 and click on December box and click on 31. And don't click on save yet.
So on the end date is August 15th.
It's
End
not
date is
December.
December 31st.
Oh, okay.
It's August, no?
I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's August.
It's August. I'm thinking about the fall semester, fall unit already. I'm
We're gonna
sorry.
be together a
August
long
15th.
time.
August 15th. Sorry. All right. Do not click on save. For the rest of the students, you click on educator box and type in Rod. And then click on Rodney Seeger. For all the veterans, Victor, Alfredo, Lisa.
And we'll have to tell Alice.
Right. Yeah.
Type in what?
So now, do not click on save yet. Okay. This is very important. Don't. Double check your
Type in what? Sorry, educator. What did you say?
R-O-D, Rod, R-O-D.
Okay.
And then the name Reverend Rodney Seeger should appear as an option to select.
Okay.
Okay,
Good.
so first unit students, Jusong, Jennifer, Joseph, and David. Look at your screen and check with me. Center is a CP of Central California. Your educator's name is Joseph T.W. Kim. And then the start date is May 27 and end date is October 15. If everything's correct.
August 15th.
Sorry, August. I keep touching. I started my dementia. Sorry.
Yeah.
August. David said yes. August 15. Okay. All right. Don't push the save yet. Now, Alfredo Victor Lissa, CP of Central California, Rodney Seeger, May 27, August 15. Everything's correct? Okay. Now click on save only once and see what happens. It says very anticlimactic message. It says done.
Got it. Thanks.
Got it.
It says got it. Thanks. Okay.
Got
So
it.
it's very
Jennifer, are you okay?
Jennifer, is it okay? Did you see?
Yes, I got it. Thanks.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Almost every other unit, I had a student who made a mistake and then had to go through a long ordeal to change it. So thank you so much, guys. Oh, thank you. It relieves me from stress. And Donna, you can guide Alice about this.
I think so.
All right. Perfect. Whoa, you guys are fast. Now, remember what I said? Please write down your email address and password before you forget. Because I have had many students, not just one, many students who forgot and begged me to change it. I can't change it. It'll be very complicated. All right. Thank you, guys. Let's have an 8-minute break. We'll come back for Donna's edit.
Okay.
Okay, guys, next 2 hours are assigned to Chaplain Donna's didactics, 2 didactics in a row. I'll see you guys in 2 hours. So yours, Donna.
Okay. So I have 2 didactics. One is on spiritual care for LGBTQ plus spiritual care receivers, and the other is on potential responses by a chaplain or a spiritual caregiver. So I'm scheduled to do that one second, but I'm wondering if it's helpful to do that one now since you were just practicing some responses. So would you like me to stick with the order and we shift to a different topic, or kind of continue talking about some spiritual care responses? What's your preference?
We can continue on with the responses.
Okay. We'll do that then. And one of the things we're going to need to do is create a role-playing scenario for us, a situation. So as I review each response, we're going to respond to a situation we have created. So let's create our response together right now. So just make up a scenario, make up a situation. And then we only need a couple of lines, and then we're going to repeatedly respond to that situation.
Yeah, Lisa, Chaplain Victor. How are you doing today? I hope it's okay to visit with you.
Okay. So who are you visiting with? Let's add a little information to the situation. So Victor has a chaplain visit that he began with by introducing himself and asking if it's okay to visit. So let's add a little bit more to it, Victor. Who
Yeah,
are you
this
visiting with?
this patient L is on my census, and she came in the previous night, and she has the mother accompany her because she's just 22-year-old, a 22-year-old young girl, and she's been said to be having severe stomach upset.
Okay, her stomach is upset. 22-year-old stomach is upset. Okay, that's what the scenario is. So let me share my screen, and Victor's going to help us keep that in front of us. Okay, can you see my screen? Is that large enough? Or do I need to make it a little larger?
It looks good.
It looks good? Okay. So thank you. So let me close this because it's in my way. Okay. I'm trying to make you a little bigger, and I made it so big I couldn't see. Sorry. Hold on. Bear with me because I want to be able to see you all. Okay. Appreciate your patience. I have you on multiple views, and I need to see you all completely. See, there it is. Okay, thank you. So pastoral care, or a chaplain's response to someone they are providing spiritual care to. We often say the chaplain's response to the patient, but we realize we're not all in a hospital setting. So I'm trying to use the more neutral language, which is also reflected in your handbook. So that pastoral care response that a chaplain gives to a spiritual care receiver, it often reflects what kind of connection the chaplain has with the person they're giving spiritual care to. Sometimes it's a connection Sometimes it's a disconnection, depending on what they say. And in the examples that we were doing with Joseph, many of you started shaking your head when you read the response of the chaplain, because I think because you were perceiving a disconnection here. This might not be a helpful response. Often your response to what a person says to you reflects your attitude. It reflects your sense of presence. It reflects your relational stance or your relational perspective or with this person. But sometimes it may also simply be you weren't listening for a moment. So you responded as someone who wasn't listening. And a response for someone who's not listening might be, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Could you say it again? Right? It could be you're tired. It could be all sorts of things. But often what you say is a reflection of your stance with that person. And there are all kinds of ways we can categorize all the different responses you can have. We're going to take a look at 6 today, but there are all kinds of ways. And so these are 6 common pastoral care responses. And I want you to tell me if you think it'll create connection with the spiritual care receiver or a disconnection with the spiritual care receiver. So the first one is an empathetic response. So the definition is deep attunement to the speaker's emotions, their experiences, and their worldview. And I will send you the slides. An example is you might say, that sounds incredibly painful. Or you could simply be silent and just have a compassionate awareness. That's an empathetic response. Empathetic response is, do you think that fosters a connection or a disconnection, Alfredo?
Connection.
I agree. And so as the slide says, the impact of an empathetic response is that it can build trust, it can foster safety and support, it can encourage healing because you're establishing a relational presence. You're relating to the person. Okay. Another type of response is a judgmental responses. And the definition of a judgmental response is its implicit or explicit evaluation of the person's thoughts or their feelings or their actions. You might not realize it, but a judgmental response, you're evaluating what this person has said or done. And you say things like, you shouldn't feel that way, or that's not a faithful response. That's a judgmental response, right? You're evaluating what they are saying. Do you think that fosters connection or disconnection, Jennifer?
Disconnection.
Yeah, the impact is it can shut down openness. It may trigger shame. You're not supposed to think that way. It may make them withdraw. Okay, very good. So empathetic responses, judgmental responses. Here's another one. Sympathetic responses, where you express sorrow for the person, but you maintain some emotional distance. So you may say something like, I feel so sorry for you. Do you think that fosters connection or disconnection, Joseph?
I think it fosters some connection.
Some connection, yeah. And it also could foster some disconnection, right? You could feel it was so that it can feel condescending. It can feel superficial, right? So one of the ways we sort of help a sympathetic response foster connection is we make it an empathetic response instead. Or you might precede your sympathetic response with an empathetic response. I feel so sorry for you is sympathy, but that alone is, as Joseph was leaning, it's kind of a disconnecting. Very good. So a directive or a fix-it response, meaning you focus on problem solving. You might say something like, you should try praying more, or you need to stay strong. David, is that fostering a connection or a disconnection? You're on mute. You're on mute.
Sorry, I got to remember that. I think it definitely fosters disconnection. It almost goes back to judgmental.
Yeah, I agree. As it's listed on the slide, the impact may dismiss emotional reality, just completely dismiss the person. It breaks connection by rushing towards solutions. Some people are very skilled at using these directive or fixed responses because they couple them with empathy. But by and large, we are not in the business of fix it as chaplains. Okay? A curious or exploratory response, one that invites deeper reflection or invites storytelling. It can also be sometimes referred as a developmental response, which is what Joseph kept pointing out earlier. But I'm also going to give you a more detailed, nuanced explanation of a developmental response. Because he used that term, I added it to the presentation. So a curious or an exploratory response might be something like, can you tell me more about that? Or what was that like for you? Do you think that fosters connection or disconnection? I won't call on anyone. You just volunteer. Do you think it fosters connection or disconnection?
Connection.
Connection, yeah. It deepens the relational boundary. It affirms the person's experience and invites them to just say more. I care. I want to hear more. Excellent. Companioning responses, where you try to journey alongside without controlling, without fixing, without changing, without judgment. So a companioning response may simply be sitting silently. It may be mirroring their emotions. It may be holding space. One of the easiest ways to hold space is to repeat what the person said. So if the person said, let me see if I can remember, I don't feel like God is listening to me. I might simply say, I hear you say you don't feel like God is listening to you. And stop. I'm coming alongside them, giving them space to decide how they want to respond. They may want to expound on it, whatever, right? I'm just coming alongside and I'm holding space. I heard you say, you don't feel like God is listening to you. No judgment, no fix it, no, God always listens, God always hears. You need to think better than that. No, I just repeat it and sit silently or don't say anything at all, holding space. Connection or disconnection?
Connection.
Connection, because it creates sacred space, and that allows for transformation within the person or simply acceptance. Okay, again, there's not going to be a quiz. You don't have to memorize these. I'm going to give you the slides. We're just practicing. So let's practice right now with the scenario that Victor gave us earlier. We have a 22-year-old in the hospital who has an upset stomach. Let's say a very upset stomach, and is demonstrating in her physical presence that she's in a great deal of pain. Who can give me a directive or fix-it response? You're the chaplain. You come in the room. You've introduced yourself like Victor did. What's a directive or fix-it response to the 22-year-old patient, L?
Did you eat something that upset you? Maybe you should try to watch your diet a little bit more.
Excellent, Joseph. Excellent. That is a directive response, and L feels disconnected. Excellent. Excellent example. Very good. What about an empathetic response to patient L? An empathetic response.
Well, maybe just a nod of the head and say, I understand, and then maybe ask, is it painful, or are you having pain as well?
Okay, David. So you notice I don't have the patient saying anything. They are in the bed, and we know they have an upset stomach because, as I said, they're demonstrating it. We can observe it, right? So your initial statement, you said you may give me an example of how you would do that. What was the first part? You said I may just.
I maybe misunderstood. I thought she said that she had an upset stomach. She's not saying that?
No, she's physically demonstrating that she has an
Ah,
upset stomach.
okay.
We know it because we looked at the chart too, that she's there because she has an upset stomach, but she hasn't said anything. And this is important because as chaplains, we often respond to what we see, right?
Yeah.
So when Joseph gave that directive, ooh, he's obviously you have an upset stomach. You need to watch what you eat. Maybe you need to be more careful with your diet. We can really appreciate how patient L is disconnected from us. So they're laying there holding their stomach. You know what you know from the chart, hasn't said anything. You've introduced yourself. What's an empathetic response to what you're observing? Back to what you see, just what you see. What's an empathetic response to what you see?
Yes, there I would probably say, well, I'm sorry you're not feeling well. Just let her know you're there.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry you're not feeling well. That's an empathetic response. Jennifer, good job.
Yeah, wanted to say, yeah, I'm sorry. You're not feeling well. That must be very discomforting for you.
Yeah, that's an empathetic response. Very good. You're letting them know that you can tell they're in discomfort and you're acknowledging it. Very good. What's a companioning response? A companioning response. Now, one where you're holding space. What's a companioning response?
On a scale of 1 to 10, would you share with me the degree of discomfort you're feeling?
That is close to a developmental response. Because you're asking them to think and give you an assessment of how they're feeling. Very good. How can you companion with that person a little bit more, Victor?
Oh, I understand you're dealing with a lot right now. Could you tell me more?
That's a curiosity, exploratory response. But in the very beginning, you had a companioning response when you said, I can see or I can tell you're in a lot of pain. And you stop. You're holding space. Their response might be, it's horrible. It may be, it's really bad, but I really want to talk to you. You don't know what it's going to be. You're not leading. You're not exploring. You're just holding space and acknowledging. So very good. Victor, you hear how the first part of that response was companioning? Everybody get that? Okay, I see heads nodding. Thank you. Okay, now, since Victor has given it to us, what's a curious or exploratory response? The sitting there, you're observing that patient thriving in pain. What's an exploratory response or curious response? Victor sort of gave it to us a little bit.
Yeah, would you mind sharing with me how exactly you're feeling?
Right. And you said on a scale of 1 to 10, because I can see you're in pain. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being horrible, chaplain, get out of the room. What is your pain level? And if they said 10, you'll be like, do you want me to get the nurse and I can come back later? But they may say 5 and I really need to talk to you, right? So that was exploratory response. Okay, tell me more about your pain. Now, the only reason it's not, can you tell me more, is because, again, I haven't had them say anything yet, but it is exactly what you just did. You're inviting them to give you information on their pain. You guys are doing great. All right, what's a sympathetic response? You can't be quiet, Lisa. What's
I
a
add
sympathetic
something?
response?
Can I add something to the last one? Just personal experience. And
Sure.
Victor, I don't mean this to be critical, but one of the worst things, I've been in the hospital several times long term, and one of the worst questions I do not like is on a scale of 1 to 10, how is your pain? That's just, for me, it's really almost, it kind of irritates me. It's like I can't describe that. So
Mhm.
I might ask something more declarative, like, is your pain severe? Is it manageable? I don't know. I just, and again,
Oh,
Victor, I'm sorry if that sounds,
no apology necessary. I think that's good feedback. That question on a 1 to 10 scale is a common question used in hospitals
yeah.
to try to help somebody quantify how they're feeling because it determines how the medical team responds to them. So what I heard Victor getting at is that empathetic place of wanting to acknowledge the person has pain and get an assessment of a sense of how much pain to determine what the next response will be. Do I need to get your help? Can I stay? Whatever. So I think that's helpful. Questions like severe, I would discourage, but I would encourage you to say simply be more direct. I can see you're in pain. Is this a good time to visit? Or I can see you're in pain, and stop and hold that space. So, but well taken, David. No need to apologize. Victor, did you have any comment you wanted to add?
No, I think it's also the right way to go, so
Right.
that you avoid the pitfall of being judgmental, or
Absolutely. So now a sympathetic response. What's a sympathetic response to that situation?
If I chaplain, I cannot imagine how you so painful, and I feel so sorry about you. And so, do you have something you want to tell me?
Stop right there for the sympathetic response, because that last, do you have something you want to tell me, is exploratory and curious. But that first part, oh, I can't imagine how much pain you're in. I feel so sorry for you in pain. That is a sympathetic response. And when you hear it in the context of our scenario, you can appreciate this is a little leaning towards disconnection. Hurry up, chaplain. Something else, right? Not as David said, we're not going to go. So how much is it? 1 to 10 on the scale, right? So excellent. Jusung, do you hear how you stop right there? That's the sympathetic part. Very good. So this last one is easy. Come on. Judgmental response. What's a judgmental response to patient L lying in the bed, gripping their stomach? You can see they're in pain. What's a judgmental response?
Might you have eaten something that got your stomach upset?
That is exploratory and directive. You can be even more judgmental than that. What's a judgmental response?
Okay, let me rephrase. It seems you must have eaten something that got your stomach upset.
That is a very direct response. Give me, why is it judgmental? Because you are blaming the patient.
Yes.
You have eaten something that's made you sick. Even though Jennifer tried to make it a little nice, she says it seems, but it was still very judgmental. And so excellent. And with the mother in the room, the horrible judgmental chaplain could say, you shouldn't show any pain. Your mother's sitting here worried about you. You could be like, right? You're all like, that is terrible, but it's also a judgmental response. Very good. Now, we got patient L. We sort of went through those scenarios. Joseph kept using a different term. He kept talking about you're asking developmental questions. So I just added that so we can clarify it, because there's all sorts of ways to label our responses. So allow me to read this slide. I apologize it's so long. Developmental questions in a spiritual care visit focus on understanding a person's spiritual growth, their beliefs, and how their spirituality has evolved over time. These questions differ from empathetic or judgmental questions, the two opposite extremes, in that they encourage reflection and exploration rather than simply offering comfort, like an empathetic response, or assessing moral standing, like a judgmental response. Okay? So we may not be aware of it, but developmental questions in a spiritual care visit are things like, how has your spiritual journey changed over the years? What experiences have shaped your beliefs? These are developmental questions. Neither wrong nor right, I'm describing them. And you're going to assess, is it going to connect or disconnect with my patient when I say, what experiences have shaped your beliefs? Is it going to connect with my patient or disconnect with my spiritual care receiver when I say, are there any spiritual practices that comfort you? Am I going to connect or disconnect when I say, how do you find meaning in difficult times? So you're constantly assessing, is this the right time for a developmental question? Will it foster connection or will it make for disconnection? And so David gave us the personal example of assessing David's pain. You may want to demonstrate great empathy, but if you ask David about the 1 to 10, you're disconnecting. That's what you're assessing. And those developmental questions are asking that person to think over time. So an empathetic question, you just focus on the emotional support and validation. So how are you feeling about your spiritual journey right now? As opposed to, how has your spiritual journey changed over the years? See, that's that developmental. I got to get real thinky oriented, make some comparisons. Empathy is just how are you feeling about your spiritual journey right now? What brings you comfort in times of distress? Is there anything I can do to support you spiritually? This is support, validation, focusing on the emotions. And we already get it. Judgmental questions. Why don't you follow a particular faith? If you did, your stomach probably wouldn't hurt, right? That's so judgmental. Do you think your beliefs are correct? They may not be. That's why your stomach hurts. Have you ever doubted your spirituality? That is a very judgmental, scrutinizing question. Shouldn't you be practicing your faith more? So the judgmental is so obvious. That's why I put it next to the empathy, but right alongside those spiritual developmental questions, because you may feel like a developmental question is right for that moment and it's going to help you connect with the patient. But you want to be aware when I ask you, how do you find meaning in difficult times? Even if I add on there like these, it's a developmental question. Is that where I want to go? Or do I want to stay with empathetic? Or do I just want to come along by the patient? So as Joseph said earlier, you're constantly assessing what kind of question is the right question. And believe it or not, sometimes any one of these may be the right response. Sometimes a fix-it response or a directive response may be the right response. But that's not our focus as chaplains to fix. But there are situations when I'm in spiritual care where a fix-it response might be necessary. Like if the patient is getting ready to hit me, I may fix it. Don't hit me. Sit down. That's a fix-it response, and it's a directive. But by and large, I'm not in the fix-it or directive conversation with the patient. And if I say, don't hit me, sit down, I'm definitely disconnecting from this patient, right? So that's why I'm saying it isn't either or. You're constantly assessing. What we have learned is empathetic responses invite connection and invite reflection. We've learned companioning responses invite connection and increase my relation with the patient. We've learned well-timed, well-stated curiosity or exploratory responses. Tell me more. I like the shortest exploratory response possible. And I'm sure my students get sick of it. I say more. It's real short. Just say more. That can foster connection. Sympathetic responses, I feel so sorry for you. I never use alone. I seldom use at all when I'm giving spiritual care. Seldom at all. But if I ever use a sympathetic response, I feel sorry for you, I couple it with an empathetic response. I feel sorry for you. I can feel your grief in this room right now. I'm never going to just say, I feel sorry for you and stop. And again, I seldom ever say it. But if I do, I couple it with an empathetic response. And judgmental responses, you shouldn't feel that way. I don't tend to ever use a judgmental response. I might do something called reframing. But that, after I've developed a relationship with the person and we've had some connection and only with their permission. So I always use this example when someone says, what do you mean by reframing? I use this example. I have worked a lot on mental health units, so I have a lot of experience in the mental health context. So if I've got a relationship with a patient, we've been talking, I've developed a connection. Maybe this is my third or fourth visit with them, and they may have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder. And they may continually say, I'm bipolar, I'm bipolar. I may ask after a while, I'd like to reframe what you just said. May I reframe that? And if they don't know what I mean by reframe it, I'll explain it. But usually they do. And they're like, yeah. How about I have bipolar disorder as opposed to I am bipolar? And usually all I have to do is reframe it, and they hear the difference and they will say something. And you can hear the difference. I am bipolar links their disease with their identity. I have bipolar disorder does not make their identity their disorder. If I have to explain it more, I will, but usually I don't. It's usually after I've reframed it, they hear the difference, and then we continue to talk as they reflect on, wow, it is different for me to think of it that way as opposed to it's my identity. Okay, so these are responses. And again, you can't categorize all of them, but these are some broad categories that covers them. So, one additional slide that you'll get, I link it up to potential outcomes and impact for pastoral formation. But since I don't actually have a scenario, I don't know what your particular outcome may be, but I just give you some examples of how each response could potentially be a particular learning outcome. So let's talk for a little bit, and then we'll take a break. What's coming to mind? What are you thinking about? I'm grateful for David sharing already sort of his experience hearing one of our responses. Here we are, imperfect people, chaplain. We're just trying to connect. We're trying to support, and we're good enough because we may not always say the right thing, but we're constantly assessing. And there's nothing beats an apology, as the other chaplain was doing in that scenario. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to go there. But then they kept doing it. But so we're imperfect, but we're good enough, and we're trying to connect with someone, often in a very difficult situation. Sometimes it's in a time of celebration, but often it's in a difficult situation. So talk to me. What comes up for you?
Yeah, mine is a question. There was the way you opened the conversation, perhaps what I was hearing was it mustn't always be in a typical clinic or hospital situation, because some of us are also into pastoral and all that. The last time we had somebody from the correctional service and all that. So if we can play around and flip some of these roles, so that it won't be only about the hospital picture that I'm having in my head. So these are some areas I might want you to perhaps point out a few things. I don't know.
I think that's a very helpful observation. And when you are in the role of pastor, your pastoral responses are completely different in many respects than your responses as a chaplain. So for the people who are in the church setting, I have great empathy for you, because you are constantly having to be attentive to, is this a pastoral response or is this a spiritual caregiver response? So that's a great observation.
I have had a lot of experience in church, visiting with church folks in ministry. I was with Stephen Ministries. And to be honest, I've seen a lot of abuses in that area where people will tell them, well, you shouldn't say that. You shouldn't say you're in pain. You should only talk positive. You are healed. You just don't know it yet. I mean, things like that. And it's always kind of bothered me. And reason I'm here is because I've been visiting people in the hospital that are church people from my church. But going into a clinical setting, it's kind of scary because I'm going into a situation that I know, very, very little about. And the people that I'm going to be seeing and talking with are not going to be of my particular faith, or maybe no faith, maybe a completely different culture, maybe maybe they don't believe in anything. So that's where I'm wanting to grow. I really like these discussions, because that's the area where I feel like I need to grow in. So
That is so helpful. Thank you, David. Your comment reminds me that saying, I am a minister, and I'm not sure who's pointed that out, that they're in a context where that's very helpful. But in a hospital context, that may be very unhelpful.
Yeah.
So you're constantly assessing. And I got the sense that person assessed that in their environment, that's a helpful thing to say. So you have to constantly figure that out. It's all part of your spiritual care assessment. Also wouldn't be helpful in other settings, as Victor's reminding us. We can imagine.
Yeah, I think I would say the responses can be a little bit tricky. I'm not sure. Where are you responding from? The way I was doing. So, but I think with constant practice and yeah, maybe sharing also, you can easily, sometimes you're not even aware of it until maybe you tell someone or you share with someone, this is my experience, and you're like, oh, I didn't even realize I responded to this person this way, or it wasn't really the right way to respond to the patient. So I think it takes a lot of practice.
Yeah. How do you feel about that, Jennifer?
Yeah.
How do you feel about it takes a lot of practice?
I think I feel encouraged and open that it's doable. Yeah, just with time and being patient. Sorry about my life. Oh.
I think you're absolutely right. And that's what the clinical method of learning is all about. We do it, then we come back and we reflect on it, and then we do it differently the next time. Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Thank you for reminding us.
As somebody say, this is going to be my third unit, and to trust in the process as the best we can do it, you know. Now I feel so free when I get into the room and try to assess the person that need to be assessed. Doesn't matter what the religion or the background or the spiritual orientation is. When you apply what you learn, you're gonna see the result. I can tell you. In the beginning, I had a lot of struggles with some kind of, you know, ethnicities, but now I feel more comfortable to get in, to respond to a patient who say, I'm not a believer, or who say I am a Buddhist, or I am a Jehovah's Witness, any kind of the religion. If you trust in the process, you're gonna see the growing, you're gonna have it as a chaplain and as a spiritual caregiver. And it's an amazing journey. It's not easy, but we can make it. As I say, I am a perfect, imperfect human. That's what we are.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you. One of the gifts of having the labels for the responses is when we are reflecting on our verbatims, we can help each other. So name what we're talking about. So it's just about getting the language. So you might have your PowerPoint, especially that last slide where I had an example of each one, and you're able to say, oh, this feels like a judgmental response. Is that what you intended? And then, like as Jennifer said, you can go, oh, no, that's not what I meant. And then you can choose to do differently the next time. And Alfredo has told us he's proof this process works. I would also encourage you that it's my belief that you don't have to worry about doing harm while you're learning, because you come so authentic to your desire to learn, to whatever your understanding of calling or purpose is. And I believe that love, the universe, grace honors that. And in that space, don't be concerned I'm going to hurt you. Just be your authentic self. And nothing beats an apology. If you should, and you discern, wow, that didn't go over well.
So there's 6. I'm missing something. I've got compassionate, judgmental, sympathetic, curious response, and companioning. What was the problem offering? What was that one called?
You said problem offering?
No, I've got 5. I'm missing one. I got compassionate, judgmental, sympathetic, curious response, and
companioning. Companioning. That's what it was.
Okay, so I'm still only have 5. You said there were 6.
Right. There was 6. Give me your list again. I'll see if I can pull it.
Directive.
Oh, directive. There you go. Is that the one where I think I wrote offering advice? Would that be an example of directive?
Directive would be an example.
Okay.
Fix it. Yeah.
Yeah, we most often call it fix it. Yeah.
Thank you, Victor.
And then the additional one is the language that Joseph used about the developmental questions. And he will repeatedly use that language. This
Okay.
is exploratory in my terms, but it's developmental. Very good. Wow, you already got them down. Good. I will send the slides to you. And any other comments, thoughts? All right, I want you to have a full break. So let's take your break. I'll see you back at 4 and we will shift gears. But if a question comes up from this, since you've had a little break, feel free to ask it. I'll see you back 4 my time, 7 your time, right, Lisa? Okay, see you guys then. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know why when other people are sharing, I can see everybody. But when I'm sharing, I struggle to see everyone. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. You hanging in there?
Oh yeah, yeah. Just trying to be quiet and let the new ones learn. I mean, get an opportunity to talk.
You are demonstrating excellent leadership. You are.
It's hard. It's hard, but I know they need it. And I think it's been helpful. I think it's a little different this time. It seems different the way you did it, calling out their names and letting them practice. So I think that's very helpful.
Yeah. Just till we get rolling. And then at the end of the week, we make a whole new group.
Right. Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. But it hasn't been bad at all.
Good. I'm glad. She says on the first day.
We'll see about Thursday.
When you're trying to tell your life story and you're doing 2 minutes.
That's right. She said 15 minutes. What? I got 2 minutes. That's it.
Any questions? No, take a break. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for coming back so timely. And thank you for letting me switch the didactics. I hope it was helpful to do that. And again, I'm open if questions or comments come up, even as we do this one about the previous one, it's fine. This conversation is going to be about pastoral care for the LGBTQ plus community or LGBTQ plus spiritual care recipients. I'm not a great speller, so right now I'm telling you I may reverse my E and my I in the course of this presentation. Please do not hold it against me. So when we think about the LGBTQ plus community, and Joseph sometimes says plus community, that within itself might be a great place to start, to just unpack what LGBTQ2SIA, which is a fuller extension of that acronym, what all of those terms mean. So I'm going to ask you to help me do that. If you would simply, come on, Jennifer, come on. If you would simply just, let me check the chat, just on your own, jump in and help define what these particular terms means, that'll be so helpful. Okay, I thought it was you, Alfredo. It is. Okay. I forgot I'm the host. I almost ended the meeting for everybody. Okay. Somebody's praying this be over with because it almost happened. All right. So just jump in, unmute yourself. Let's go through the LGBTQ2SIA and make sure we know what each of the terms means. Then I want to offer just some basic introduction. And then I'd like to hear your experiences, your thoughts, your feedback, your insight. So what does each letter mean? LGBTQI2SA. And you can still say plus, even if you use all of those letters in the acronym. So, L is lesbian. Anybody want to venture a definition? David, you're on mute.
G is gay.
What did you say?
G is up for gay.
What is a lesbian?
Oh, I'm sorry.
G is next.
I thought we were going.
But the answer is yes, you're right. What is
the
ahead.
lesbian, they have only the same-sex partner.
A woman who is emotionally, romantically, or sexually attracted to other women. So it isn't just the physical act of sex. It's
I mean,
emotional.
the same physical, I mean, the same sex, not, you know what I mean? Like a woman and a woman or a man and a man or whatever.
That's right. So a woman who is emotionally or romantically or sexually attracted to other women. Yes, you're absolutely right. And David, again, I'll send you these slides so you'll have it. David kind of helped us out a little bit. What's the G for in LGBTQ2SIA?
Gay.
What's gay mean?
Attracted to the same sex, and often I'm looking at the definition, so
That's great.
it's usually men.
Very
men
good. Excellent. Thank you, David. Now, this is a definition. But you're absolutely right. This is not the only way to express what these terms mean. These are genuine definitions. But what I mean is there's some flexibility, and I don't want anyone to feel like you can't proceed. So I have it on the slides in case your response is, I don't know what that is. And then I'm ready. So what is the B for?
Bisexual.
Thank you. Very good. Joseph, would you like to expound on what bisexual is?
A person who's attracted to the same gender or the opposite gender.
Someone attracted to more than one gender, not necessarily equally or in the same way. Joseph said it better. Very good. Thank you. What is the T for?
Transgender.
Excellent. What is that?
Not sure if I'm sure about it. It's like people who change their birth gender or sex, change their sex, their birth sex to a different sex or
Very
gender.
good. I hear you. I hear you. I want to nuance it just a little bit. A person whose gender identity differs from the sex assigned at birth. Very good. Being transgender is about identity, not necessarily about medical transition. So they may not change anything, but still have the identity of being transgender. Very good. I appreciate that boldness. You weren't sure and you said, I'm going to try it anyway. So are you clear, Jennifer, of just a little tweak? Very good. You're nodding your head. I'm going to go with that because you're on mute. Okay. I'm assessing your body language. All right. Well done. Excellent. What's the Q? And this is a heavy one. What's the Q?
Here.
Very good. Whoever said that. It's also questioning. Jusang, very good. So you want to give me a definition of queer?
I'm not sure, but I just only knows about they're not attractive or some divine to their sexual attraction. That's I know everything.
Very good. Well said. Excellent.
Well, it could be not perceived to be normal.
That's
queer.
true.
It's used in other vocabulary too. So.
Very good. So in the LGBTQ2ISA plus acronym, Q can be queer or questioning. It's an umbrella term for those who don't identify as strictly heterosexual or as cisgender. And it can also imply resistance to rigid identity categories. So you may call yourself queer because you just don't want to buy into a binary understanding of gender. For some people, it is a derogatory term, but in the LGBTQ plus community, it's a derogatory term that has been reclaimed. But not every person who might be L or G or B or T or Q finds that term queer affirming. It tends to be somewhat generational. So I wouldn't call someone queer unless they call themselves queer as an affirming term. Any questions on that?
Yeah, in my generation, when I was, growing up, junior high and high school, that wouldn't be a term you would want to call somebody because it had a negative connotation to it.
That's right.
So,
And then, go ahead. Then the other possibility for the Q is questioning. It can be queer and or questioning, both. Someone who is exploring their sexual orientation or gender identity. Okay, very good. What is the I for? In LGBTQ, I2SA plus. What is the I for? My favorite response to this question was an eye for an eye. I was like, not quite. I is for intersex. Intersex. And intersex is someone born with physical sex characteristics, be it chromosomes, hormones, or anatomy, that don't fit typical definitions of male or female. Intersex is about a biological diversity. It's not about sexual orientation. It's not about sexual identity. It is a biological diversity. So they may have chromosomes, hormones, or anatomy that don't fit into the binary of male or female. It's some diversity.
Is that what, like Jamie Lee Curtis? I think I've heard something like that about her, that she might have have that identity, that she was born differently, like,
okay,
yeah, something like that. I'm not sure, but I was wondering if is that what that means, or
I have not hung out with Jamie Lee Curtis for a while. I don't know. Where'd you hear that, Lisa? Are you and Jamie Lee Curtis friends? Does everybody know who Jamie Lee Curtis is? Who is Jamie Lee Curtis, Lisa?
She plays in the what's that movie with Michael, the Halloween, all the Halloweens. She's been in that movie.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Just something I heard. I don't know. I was just wondering because I never heard of the I. I didn't know.
Well, this is a safe
Just a
space to
question.
wonder, and I have no hesitation in saying I don't know. No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What does the 2S mean? What does the 2S mean? You can always answer and say, next slide, please. What does the 2S mean?
No idea.
But to be
That's the
honest,
same.
I'm in education. I haven't seen that one.
Okay.
And I've, been to a lot of trainings and stuff, but that one's kind of new to me. So.
Okay. All right. Two-spirit. I have heard people put it in the past tense and say two-spirited, which is okay, but two-spirit. Two-spirit. And that comes from the indigenous community in North America. It describes a person who embodies both masculine and feminine spirits. And that is the terminology within the community. They say masculine and feminine spirits. Note that it is a sacred and cultural identity. It's not simply a gender or orientation label. It is a sacred cultural identity. So there are even deities that are referred to in indigenous North American cultures as 2S, that they are two-spirit. Again, I've heard it in different tenses. I've heard it as two-spirited as well. So it's a sacred and cultural identity to describe a person or entity that embodies both masculine and feminine spirits. Two-spirit. This is a loaded question. What does the A stand for?
Sexual.
It stands for a whole lot.
Oh,
It stands for asexual, aromantic, agender, and ally. And again, I'm going to give you these slides. You'll have the information as soon as group is over. I'm going to email it to you. Asexual, aromantic, agender, and ally. So let's just quickly look at each one. So asexual, a person who experiences little or no sexual attraction to others. Aromantic, a person who experiences little or no romantic attraction. And I could have added to others. Agender, someone who identifies as having no gender or as being gender neutral. It's different than gender fluid. This person says, I have no gender or I am gender neutral. And then the last is ally, someone who supports the LGBTQ plus community, though not LGBTQ plus themselves. And this inclusion is debated in some circles. A never means ally. It always means one of the other three choices. But in many places, it also means ally. Okay. So now that we know what each letter means, LGBTQ, I2SA plus, what does the plus sign mean? What does the plus sign mean?
And the rest.
Very good. Yay. And the rest. The plus recognizes that no acronym can capture all identities, and there are many more. Very good. So it could include pansexual, demisexual, gender fluid, non-binary, bigender, polygender, on and on. So the plus acknowledges that that acronym doesn't cover everyone in the community. Very good. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So why so many letters? What's up with all the letters? What do you think that's all about? What are your thoughts on that?
Being inclusive.
You know what I'm going to say, Lisa. Say more.
I don't know, because before it was just like a few letters, and I guess now it's just expanding as more I guess people find their own identity. And I guess you don't want to leave anybody out, you know. Well, what about me? What about me? You know, so I don't know.
Well said. Well said.
I think people, it's a way of, I mean, you can make a list and lists grow, but I think it's a way of recognizing a need for mutual respect of somebody's identity, regardless of, you know, your reasons for agreeing or not agreeing. I mean, you just, you respect someone's identity.
Mhm. Very good. Yes. Well said. Well said. This is crucial.
I have a question.
This is crucial for
Wasn't
us
on-
as chaplains too.
My question, it wasn't on the list, but I have a grandson who refers to himself as Zen, and I don't really understand what that is.
Zen is a pronoun replacement. Not, so you can be Zen and any one of these other categories in LGBTQ.
Okay.
Very good.
So
So
what's Zen? Sorry.
do you want to expound on it, David?
Well, the way I understand it, like you said, it's a pronoun, and he actually changed his name too, and I mean, my understanding of Zen goes into philosophy, really. I mean, it's a state of bliss, a state of euphoria.
Peace.
So yeah, so like I said, I don't really understand all of it. I'm trying to.
Well, you've named it very well. So I don't know where else within the great panoply of understandings of human sexuality, but you have stated well what the Zen means. That especially if someone claims it as a noun or a pronoun for themselves, it is that state of bliss, of oneness, of unity. They are, well, it depends. Sometimes they identify as queer, sometimes they don't. But the emphasis is on what you just said, the bliss, the peace, the calm, as their identity. Very good. And did that answer the other person's question? So all of these names and labels, and even our sensitivity about pronouns, it is as David and Lisa have shared with us, the naming is really pushing back on what has long been erased or misunderstood in our culture. In this culture, in the United States, there in a broad generalization of our culture, in that cultural context, I'm sorry, of the United States, it is a very heteronormative culture. So what is considered normal is heterosexuality or hetero, whatever it may be, right? And so by having the acronym that is an ever-expanding acronym, it begins to bring visible what has been erased or misunderstood in terms of human sexuality. It's also about authorship. You're claiming your own identity. Sorry about the spelling. And you're forming community. So you're claiming your identity, I am, whatever it may be, and you're forming community because you're in the LGBTQI2SA plus community. Acknowledging at a minimum that you may not be in the heterosexual community, which is the dominant, often considered normative community. So you're creating community, you're claiming authorship, forming community. And then each letter, in a way, is a testimony to survival. It's a testimony to resistance. It's a testimony of sacredness, of diverse embodiment. It's a testimony to desire. As many of the terms deal with romantic, physical, or sexual attraction, all of which is terminology that in many cultures is not a frequent public conversation. But in many cultures, in many communities, even this conversation we're having would be considered something one would do in private or do only with one particular gender identity present or one particular generation present, on and on, one particular cultural present. There's also, so just our having this conversation is a part of the sacred embodiment of naming oneself. Excellent. So as chaplains, that's where we sort of settle in with this. So what might using this expanded acronym in particular, LGBTQ plus, even if you said LGBTQ plus, what might using this expanded acronym signal to a spiritual care recipient? What might it communicate, just you using the acronym?
Recognition or acceptance.
That's powerful. Yes, recognition, acceptance.
So perhaps acknowledgement.
Acknowledgement, yes. All of these would fall in that connection place in terms of responses. We're trying to foster connection. Powerful.
Inclusivity.
Inclusivity. Oh, that's a good one. Yes.
a certain degree of validation.
Validation, yes.
Like I had a funeral, and I was kind of confused with the write-up because it was a woman, but I guess she referred to herself, but what they said was they and them throughout the whole paper. So, and I didn't know that until I kind of read it after I sat down, but I had used other language before, and I kind of felt bad about it because you want to give, make sure you give everybody the respect that they deserve, And so I didn't really, I kind of got a little bit confused with it. So, and didn't use the right language. So.
Thank you, Lisa, for sharing that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So the pronouns were they and them. The pronouns the person used. Very good. Thank you. Sometimes people will say, you can ask a person, what are your preferred pronouns? But that's not the most inclusive way to ask that question, because preferred denotes a level of choice and agency and is not very affirming. You can simply say, what pronouns do you use? What pronouns do you use? And then to the best of your ability, use those pronouns. So thank you for sharing that. That's a tough one, especially since you didn't see it till you sat down. Yeah.
Some of us may be very naive and ignorant of some of. Can you assist by making perhaps sentences, Lisa or Donna, so that we can,
Thank you. Thank you. Lisa? Great question.
What was the question again? I apologize.
Some of us may not be, very. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
very
sorry.
conversant. So perhaps the pronouns or something can, put in a sentence so that you can, we understand what you mean. I don't understand.
I'm not really clear about it myself. Like I had read it, but I didn't understand it. I didn't understand what it meant myself. And I was saying she and her, but that's not what the paper said. The person said they and them. And the way it was written, it was just kind of confusing to me because I didn't understand what it meant. But and I don't really understand. I mean, what part of the LGBT community she was from by having those pronouns. I don't know. But I just said, when I was saying her name, I was saying her. I felt like I was disrespecting her after I sat down and read, the obituary.
Yes, you were right. You were right. You were disrespecting that person. And again, unintentional. The pronouns they used were they and them. So every time I might say something about them and use a pronoun, I would say they. So as Lisa pointed out, she was saying she was a wonderful person. I'm making that up. But the correct way to say it to honor that person would be to say they were a wonderful person, because their pronouns were they and them, as opposed to any other pronouns. And so that's that's very important in educational settings, in correctional facilities, in hospital settings, in churches, in the community, in political settings. I can't think of a setting where it isn't important to use the pronouns that a person has identified that they use for themselves.
Okay, sorry, can I say, okay, I went to visit Victor today and they wanted to drink water. That is, Victor identifies as they. I say, I went to visit Victor today and they wanted to drink water.
No, not unless Victor says, my pronouns are they and them.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Okay, I just needed to make sure. You're absolutely right. That's the way you would do it. Very good. Yeah,
Which group identifies themselves as they and them?
that's right.
And I didn't know, so I felt really ignorant afterwards because I was like, is it two people they're talking about? It's just one person that's dead. So I was kind of, I was really confused and
Right.
embarrassed that I had, messed up.
Yeah. And to answer Jennifer's question, it can be anyone. You don't even have to be a part of the LGBTQ plus community. Anyone can choose,
Oh,
anyone can say, these are the pronouns I want to use.
okay.
So they, them could be within that community or not. So a lot of times in meetings, like on Zoom, people will be required to put next to their name in parentheses, what are their pronouns?
Well, in a hospital setting where I would go and visit with somebody, I'm sorry, they do fill out a questionnaire determining their gender, race, their affiliation with a particular denomination. Would we be able, by seeing the information, know, are they asked to write down those pronouns, or do we wait for them to initiate the question, or the need to use certain pronouns? How do we handle that?
How do you have access to that information? So sometimes you do have access to it in a medical setting on a medical record. Sometimes you do have access to it in a correctional facility on a inmate listing.
Yeah, I've
You know,
seen that.
in an educational setting, sometimes you have access to it because the student chooses to put that there. So in different settings, sometimes you will get the information in advance. The only way to know for sure is to ask the person, what pronouns do you use? Now, what might precipitate you asking that would be based on what you're hearing, would be based on what you're observing, would be based on what you're experiencing. So in Lisa's case, Lisa was at the funeral and read the obituary and saw they, them, and then realized these must be the pronouns that this person used.
Yeah.
So you only know for sure if you ask.
And it wouldn't be a question you would ask everybody. Like you said, you would assess the situation and then know when to.
Well, David, that's part of the challenge because we live in such a heteronormative society. We don't ask people who are, for example, because Jennifer, you could be anywhere in the community or not in the community and choose your pronouns. But we don't ask people who we assume everyone is heterosexual unless they come out as something else. So that's why it can be so powerful to require in a setting like this that a person lists their pronouns. It levels the playing field because everyone has to come out and say, these are the pronouns I use for myself, as opposed to expecting only someone who might not use traditional or pronouns to be the one to have to say, well, I use they and them. So you raise a great point. So do you think one of the things that might be communicated in using the acronym of LGBTQ+, do you think you might also communicate to someone that you are a part of the LGBTQ+ community?
By using the pronouns?
By using the acronym.
Oh. I don't think they would assume that, or I would assume that. I mean, that's kind of what we're trying to get away from, is making assumptions about a person's identity. it gets real uncomfortable because you don't, it's kind of like you don't know when to or not to, or
When to what or
situations
not to what?
pardon?
You don't know when to what?
To ask the question. I've had situations in the classroom, one particular, where I was kind of aggressively approached because I didn't know, and I had no way of knowing. No one had informed me that this particular girl wanted me to use masculine pronouns, and I felt uncomfortable with that, and I felt a little bit it seemed judgmental to me because no one had and I didn't know. And so when I used a pronoun without the knowledge of knowing the situation, I was criticized for it, and then made to feel like I somehow was not being sensitive to that. And so it gets a little hard sometimes to know what to do.
Yeah, I hear you, David.
I don't want to appear dumb or anything, but I was in a meeting and this guy, he stood up and he said he's a white cisgender. What does that mean?
Very good. So probably by white, he was pointing to ethnicity. By cisgender, he was saying, I am heterosexual.
Mm.
And it's got to be, I think we need a lot of grace and a lot of space. And when we use pronouns for a person that are not the pronouns that they have chosen for themselves, we have been insensitive and we have been offensive. And that's why it's important to apologize and then conduct ourselves differently, because we made an assumption. So as David said, the girl, so I used pronouns that I assumed were the right pronouns, but it was wrong. And so we're insensitive. It was offensive. But then when it's pointed out, and hopefully it's pointed out with some grace and some compassion, it gives you an opportunity to apologize and do differently. Because you don't know what you don't know. But when we assume, we have to bear the responsibility of that we may end up being offensive. It's a tough one. So as you all have identified everything that potentially using LGBTQ can signal. In short, it's hospitality. In short, it's theological and cultural humility. When we use the acronym, when we ask someone and we don't assume. You're communicating as a spiritual caregiver, I said receiver. You're communicating to the spiritual care receiver. I see you, I validate you, you're not alone. All the things you said. So here's a few basic things, and then we'll have some more time for discussion. Just 5 simple things to keep in mind. One is we want to understand the landscape of harm and healing, which is being shared here right now, which is so powerful. Do understand that many, not all, many LGBTQ plus people have experienced spiritual violence. They've been told they are sinful, unnatural, outside of God's will, an abomination, cursed. Many of them have experienced an exile from faith communities. Many of them have experienced theological gaslighting or forced silence. Many of them have experienced family or cultural rejection, often that's tied to religion. So understand the landscape of harm and the potential for healing for someone who is in the LGBTQ plus community. So the principle is one that we use as chaplains. Be open to the possibility of religious trauma. Don't assume, but just be open that that might be here. Your role is not to defend religion, but to offer a safe, honoring, non-judgmental space for whatever the person brings. Use inclusive and respectful language to the best of your ability. To the best of your ability. So I mirror the name, the pronouns, and the identity terms a person uses. And when I don't know, I just keep saying their name over and over again until I hear or I feel it's okay for me to ask. So use what they use. And if you make a mistake, apologize briefly. Don't blame. It's not my fault. Nobody told me. No, I apologize. Correct it. And then, to the best of your ability, don't make it about you. Just apologize briefly. Avoid, if you can, gendered or binary assumptions about families, about partners, about spiritual roles. And what I mean by that is when the person has another person present and they may be of the opposite gender, don't assume it's their wife or their husband. Use partner language. That's non-gender. Don't use sir or ma'am unless you know that person identifies as sir or ma'am. Instead, just ask for their name, ask for their title, ask for their pronoun. Okay? Don't make those assumptions. That happens so often. Honor the person's spiritual identity. Their life is not just about their sexual identity or their gender identity. So you may know by chart or by person sharing with you, hey, this person identifies as queer. Don't assume they have no spiritual identity because they identify as being queer. They may be deeply spiritual or religious. They may have traditional religion, but abandon that, but they may have kept some community or some mysticism. They may have reclaimed their faith through a variety of indigenous or liberation theologies. And they may even practice multiple belief systems at once. So don't assume that they're not spiritual because they may identify as queer. Don't reduce LGBTQ plus identity to struggle. So every LGBT person that you might encounter, don't assume they have overcome great struggle. But you do what you already do. Where do you find spiritual strength? What does hope look like for you right now? Those open-ended spiritual questions. Are there any practices or stories or rituals or whatever that nourish your spirit, right? You keep it open-ended and allow them to teach you. Allow them, if they're willing, to allow you to come alongside them. Recognize and challenge internalized theological harm. Should they mention, I had a patient just Friday say to me, I'm gay. Chaplain, I know I'm going to hell. God's condemned me. Let me move on with what my problem is. That was what happened. So I challenged that internalized theological harm. But it wasn't the first thing I said. It wasn't the first thing I said. I sat down. I listened. We talked. We connected. We addressed what was the primary concern, which was the healthcare providers on the unit were not using the pronoun the person has identified as the pronoun they use for themselves. I addressed that. Then I addressed the theological harm. And I said, let's talk about this. You really think God has condemned you? And so then we started talking about it. And it turns out their response was, my God hasn't condemned me, but I assumed because you're a chaplain that your God had condemned me. Wow. It was powerful. And they let me come alongside that. So you may encounter shame. I feel like God can't love me. You may encounter anger. The church ruined my family. You may encounter complete silence. I don't talk about faith. It's too painful. You may encounter blaming. They projected on me that they assume my God condemned them. Just know that these things may happen and you respond with validation of their feelings, not correction. The pain is real. I honor that you're still here. I won't impose anything on you. That's what I said. I won't impose anything on you. I'm here to listen. And that, okay? So you just don't make assumptions. And this is probably the most important part. Do your own inner work. Do your own inner work. Ask yourself, what assumptions do I carry about gender, about sexuality, about faith? Where does my theology create harm? Where does my theology create healing? Am I centering my comfort? I'm too uncomfortable to ask what pronoun they use. Am I centering my comfort or the dignity of the person I'm serving? So do your own inner work. And, how am I going to learn? I'm going to learn from queer communities. I'm going to learn from LGBTQ communities as best I can. And we already talked about the pronouns as an invitation for someone to see the Imago Dei in themselves. Okay, so we've covered all that. So I'm not asking you to do this. I'm asking you to tell me how it would feel. And I'm not asking you to do this in part because I'm just meeting some of you. But I would like each of you to tell me what it would feel like if I were to ask you today, after this presentation, would you please come out and identify your sexual orientation and your gender identity? How would it feel? I ask you to come out and tell us who you are. And then I ask you to put it in parentheses and put it on the screen and always have it present. I ask you to attach it to your ID and make it visible. I'm not asking you to do those things. I'm asking you to tell me, how would it feel? How would it feel?
Invasive.
To feel like a stereotype.
Judgmental. Somebody judging me. I hope I said right the word.
I'd feel a bit exposed, like my private information out, in the open to the public.
I think you might feel vulnerable to the response you would get when you stated your identity.
I just feel it is important to the respect the people, respect the personality. It is important, even though there's a pastor or a chaplain, but we will have many people. We met the many people, so our attention looks like the respect there or the people's the pronouns. So that is good running for me because my culture is not the familiar to there. That's the diversity LGBTQ. So
Right. Thank you. Thank you all for sharing. Thank you. Thank you. Stereotyped, exposed, invasive, like I'm being judged or judgmental, vulnerable. And that is the reality of many people in the LGBTQ community. And they have to come out again and again and again. And again and again and again. And they have to teach people what pronouns they use for themselves again and again and again. So when they're correcting someone, they may not always be kind. They're probably exhausted. They're probably feeling vulnerable, stereotyped, judged, exposed. So keep that in mind. And it really is an act of radical grace when they yell at you That's not my pronoun. That's an act of radical grace. Just like when they kick you out of the room, the hospital room, or if you're visiting with them in a nursing home or facility and they say, get out. That's a radical moment of grace because they exercise their agency. So it's something about you that told them who is in a powerless position, but I can say something back to that person and they're going to listen. So in a hospital setting, you're not yelling, get out to the doctor. You're not yelling, get out to the nurse. You're not yelling, get out to security without there being grave consequences. But you can yell, get out to the chaplain, exercise some agency. And the chaplain says, okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Right? And that's empowering that person's able to do that with you. Or yell at you their pronouns that they have chosen. And you respond, I'm so sorry. I said that wrong. Thank you for correcting me. As opposed to responding with shame or condemnation or ignoring that. So it's a vulnerable place for all of us. Thank you so much for your participation and your attentiveness. Any closing comments? If Joseph doesn't make it back, we'll just leave early. No, go ahead. Any closing comments?
Thank you very much. These are teaching moments. Thank you for leading us, guiding us. And thank you for the house for keeping an open mind. Some of us, in fact, I'm the most ignorant here, so I've learned a lot. Thank you.
You are welcome. You're welcome. Joseph's back, everybody. Like I said, we wait patiently for Joseph.
Thank you, guys. Being steadfast learner. And thank you, Donna. As usual, I'm always amazed by Donna's, not only about the content, but the clear way of presenting the content to us. I learn a lot from her all the time, especially in this area of LGBTQ plus patients. Thank you so much, guys. And I'll see you tomorrow. Don't be late, sometime before 9. Bye. Have a good night.
Rest well.
You too.
Good
Thank
night.
you, everyone.